It's another week, another time to come back to the desk and talk about our Rally Cries Collegiate Series presented by the Army National Guard. My name is Seymour. With me is Vincent, and we're back for some CS2. It's another Saturday of action. Vincent, how you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. Listen, I had a good night of sleep. Didn't go to bed too late, which has been more often than not happening as of lately. So I'm ready to go, ready to roll.
I mean, it's different for me. I mean, you see the bags under my eyes. I've not been in the same case, but that's neither here nor there. That's not about the games. We're here to enjoy Counter-Strike, not talk about my issues of sleeping, Vincent. So let's get into things and talk about the tournament in general, the prizings that we do have for the Rally Cry Collegiate Series. $30,000 in total prizing, $11,000 for our HBCU FGC Series, $8,000 for CS2, $6,000 for Rocket League, and $5,000 for Madden. And Vincent, I mean, we're nearing the end of the road for a lot of these titles, so these games, they're right on the money.
Yeah, I mean, we're already in the money, actually, here for the Counter-Strike 2 series. That actually started last week, so we're starting to get some pretty big jumps in pricing based on placing as we move forward both today and towards the finals, because we're going to see our second grand finalist actually crowned today, which is crazy to think about. It's gone by like a flash.
Yeah, Northwood, we're going to be waiting at the top, and we can talk a little bit about this Northwood team because we got to see them in the winners final last week, Vincent, in our first ever best of 5 here for the Rally Cry Collegiate Series. And wow, I mean, I knew this Northwood team was good, but they just shot their expectations through the roof, solidifying themselves as the #1 team in this collegiate series and really showing that no matter what is thrown at them, it doesn't matter. They're going to outduel you, they're going to outstrat you, and they are not going to make it look pretty.
Yeah, I mean, like, this Mirage map was not even a roller coaster. It was just domination from the start, and GMU kind of fought their way back a little bit towards the second half. But I think that this play from SolGoat kind of tells you all you need to know, right? Dude's in a pistol round, just got the Zeus out. Pulling out the second Zeus frag of our series.
I got excited, too, because we got a little bit of a look at Inferno. Not too many teams opting in for Inferno, and I felt like GMU were in the right direction for this game, Vincent, going to a map that, you know, maybe Northwood hasn't played too much in this tournament, but again, I mean, they just go in there and they wreak havoc. No matter what map it was, their Inferno for Northwood just shows that their map pool depth, it is so large.
That's true. Hey, and it got close, right? I mean, GMU brought them to, it was 13-11 at the very end of that, Seymour. So, props to GMU for bringing them that close, but they still just couldn't bring it over the line, which just is so tough as well, which is where they are now sitting, GMU, that is, waiting for the winner of our upcoming match today. And I have to imagine that it's not the best place to be, but I think GMU, they have a chance against either team.
I think it's an important lesson as we take a look at the bracket, Vincent. I mean, we can really see that GMU have been riding a high of this underdog story, this dark horse tale, and we've been singing this tale since the beginning. And in that winners finals, they get humbled by Northwood, and that's an important lesson for this team to learn, that the competition in CS2, it has rose through the roof with Northwood joining the fray. And I think going into this lower finals, they're going to look to collect themselves and kind of learn a little bit off of that loss.
Hey, listen, you say they've been humbled. I'll be honest, though. Meeting this GMU team, they have always been that. I feel like that's what makes them such a fun story, because they're coming in, their expectations are, we're going to do our best. We're going to try and deliver the best work that we can. And they have consistently done that. I think that's what's so much fun. But that's for later on. Seymour, we have RIT and Oklahoma Christian University coming up. That's our first best of 3 of the day.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a fun one. RIT versus Oklahoma. I think RIT really trying to find their way back, and Oklahoma Christian really trying to prove themselves. And I want to start off with this Oklahoma Christian team, because for a program that previously was not well known for collegiate CS, Oklahoma Christian have had a monumental rise this spring. They are on the brink of stealing away the show, Vincent.
They are, and it comes off the back of 3 tremendous pickups. We've talked a lot about them. It was Shada, Hunter, and Twigs coming in, just crazy amounts of experience. I mean, I did the math, and it was like 22 seasons of advanced experience combined. That's a ton of Counter-Strike and a lot of years of gameplay that they are bringing to this team. But it's not just been them. There's other bright spots as well. We're talking about Shrony, right? I mean, that's a guy we didn't necessarily expect to bring the numbers that he has this season, but both him and Wheaties coming back to CS after a pretty successful stint in Valorant. Didn't know their level, but I've been impressed, especially with Shrony.
Yeah, and I think for Rochester Institute of Technology, off of, you know, what was a little bit of a wake-up call, losing to Northwood in round 2 of the tournament, they've tripped, they've stumbled this season, and we can notice that each week that they've been on stream again, they're picking themselves up more and more, and I think that's what I like about this Rochester team, is the resilience that they do show.
Listen, I think that is exactly what RIT are good for. One of the longest standing teams in the collegiate Counter-Strike space. I mean, they've been together for over 2 years at this point. And listen, there may have been an expectation, though, that they would stumble a little bit. Because as you mentioned before, the competition is really rose. Fisher has the new pickups. OC obviously just talked about them. In Northwood, they were really out of the entirety of the collegiate Counter-Strike space last semester. So now with them coming back, there's a lot more to deal with for these top dogs.
Yeah, and now they have to deal with Oklahoma Christian, who, let's say it, I mean, this is a lightning strikes twice kind of moment for them. They beat RIT last week in the NACE regular season, and now they have a chance to do it again. And I think if they do it again, that's going to take this team and really solidify them as a danger here in our Rally Cry Collegiate series. We can take a look at the maps of the series. Vincent, just like last week, we're getting Ancient, Anubis, and Overpass yet again. A little bit changed up. We're going to be starting off with the Overpass and then heading to Anubis, but we still get all 3 maps repeating from where Oklahoma Christian defeated RIT last week on.
Yeah, this is actually not quite a mirror of that ban. The key difference here is actually that RIT the ones to ban Nuke instead of Oklahoma Christian, but they also just get the first pick. That's why we're seeing Overpass first, and that's the one map as well in that 2-win series in NACE that RIT was able to beat OC on. I do think that this is a proving ground, though. Realistically, listen, full credit where it's due for Oklahoma Christian. They won that game back in NACE, but that was a regular season game. This is a serious playoff game where I think at their best, this RIT team, they could absolutely walk away with this 2-0, but it's a question of if they're going to be at their best. We haven't always seen that.
And that kind of leads into the lightning strikes twice. It's like, you've done it once, now you need to do it again with a little bit more pressure. And, you know, it's really at the end of the day, pressure is going to make diamonds for this Oklahoma Christian team. And I want to see just how good of a diamond they can look like, because I think that we've really highlighted that Oklahoma Christian, they have the makings of a team that can upset here in the Rally Cry Collegiate Series. But the road, it is still far from being over. They have to win versus Rochester, and then they have to beat GMU, and then step up to the Kings of Northwood, Vincent. I mean, the road is long for both of these rosters, and Overpass is where it begins. So let's jump on in with Oklahoma Christian on their T side.
And here's something that we didn't get to talk about because I wasn't sure, and that is that RIT, they're in, I believe, with 2 subs, assuming Pro isn't Proto. I'll have to find out, but that's going to be rough.
It is. Well, you see Twigs tucked away here behind the barrels. Nobody's going to check this one, and Twigs is the trigger discipline. Going to be able to stop the plant. Recht has no clue, but able to swing things around and look to collect themselves here. Hunter keeping the pressure down. RIT whittled down to 2. It is a 2 versus 2, so this is winnable with the bomb planted. MJB backed up towards Monster. Benji living on site. Lovely shots there onto Shrony. It's down to Hunter, and MJB is going to put it away.
Nicely collected by RIT. Got to check those corners. I think that's number 1 priority, but good recovery. Sometimes when that happens, it can get very chaotic in the communication in the call, and that is usually what ends up the one to knock you down. Instead, they recover well and get into some post plans, playing off one another. A double swing with MJB and Benji. Nicely played. Set them up for a full buy into this one. Up against just USPs for the most part. I think there's just a couple of digs down there, and it's a stack. All 5 CTs are headed out Fountain.
They're all going to look to see if they can pressure out Rochester, get a gun early on. Nice flash up there from NJB. It's going to give some room for Rec to hopefully come back and shut the door on these players. And he's just listening for this, but the flank's out. Schroding's actually going to get some wall bangs in, and that's a Galil in the hands of Wheaties. Oklahoma Christian, they give up the site for the plant. Benji, a little bit of trouble, able to get 2. Bomb goes down, the 3v3.
That's a couple of weapons, though, that can be, not only have already been recovered, but could be just shepherded away into the next round if they wanted to. But with that frag, this is now a winnable scenario.
MAC-10 and an AK-47. I mean, Rochester, they have the time, but they've given up a lot here. And OKC, win or not, this is a good round. The bait out from the smoke here. Proto's got to swing it. Shronny heads up play. Shronny gets them both. The spray transfer onto K2. And Oklahoma Christian, a little bit of an eco round going their way.
Oh, man. And RIT just gets so split up there in connector. The initial fight towards Fountain, it goes pretty well, but can't allow for Benji to get isolated like this. It's brutal. And honestly, Benji does a good job of getting those couple of frags. It's not his fault. He's just getting entirely pushed by both directions, and that's where trouble brews. Not to mention the USP is finding that frag out monster. Not something you'll see every day. It's another rebuy for RIT with the bomb down. It's understandable. It's a lot less ideal this time out.
A full stack into connector. Bomb heading over towards the playground. It seems like they just want to split push up into the bathrooms. Hunter here with a little bit of late help out of Shroney, who's holding on to a long, but Hunter, a little bit of an off angle. K2 gonna go down. Quick trade from Benji, but it's still Shroney to make a difference. And now the pinch set up for Oklahoma Christian to continue laying down the damage. Shroney's gonna collect another 2, and MJB, the only one standing with a MAC-10, 41 health. And the hopes to maybe collect a little bit of cash. It's not to be. Oklahoma Christian, 2 in a row.
Nicely done, and using the weaponry advantage to the best of their ability to put OC up into the lead. Did some research, got some confirmation real fast, Seymour, and that is that Pro and Get Racked, both from the RIT White, they're D2 team. So that is indeed not Proto, which is what I was wondering.
Okay, so, I mean, granted for Oklahoma Christian, they're coming out with a substitute of their own, Solo, in place of Shada.
I think that is Shada, actually.
You think so?
I'm pretty sure. I'll let you know. You know, I got...
Do some deep diving.
Take a look.
Do some deep diving real quick. And we can take a look at Rochester just running it down for this pistol round. It's just an eco. Nothing too crazy to expect here. Oklahoma Christian, they don't lose anything, barely any damage as well. So that armor is going to be nice and healthy heading into this one. Oklahoma Christian is just looking to kind of bank an economy now within Overpass, and understanding that, you know, Oklahoma Christian, they gave up Overpass 13-6 versus RAT back last weekend inside of Nace, and now starting off with half the amount of rounds they finished. It's not too bad of a start here for Oklahoma Christian.
Not at all. Just got a confirmation as well. Solo does indeed equal Shada, so just that's his face name.
Darn kids changing their names.
Really making it hard for us, you know?
They just don't like us.
I try my best out here. RIT's got some connector control right now, and it's somewhat been heard, but Trony's not particularly interested in dealing with it. Doesn't seem all that ready. Now we'll start to understand the timing has gotten away from him, but this is a bit of the slower RIT T side that we do often see. Just taking Fountain early, getting some control out towards that position, taking connector, and then from there they can get bathroom control. But opening the door, Benji walks into a headshot.
Taking kills as well. We can talk about Shroney a little bit. 9-1 within the first 4 rounds. Looking for number 10. Get Rex steps up and walks away with 1 HP. But a trade nonetheless for RIT to maybe control a little bit more space on the map.
It's good to find that answer back, but they're still not in a position with 35 seconds. They got to start making a move, and it's B site they're headed towards.
Shada unchecked, unbothered, in his lane, getting 2 with the MP9. That's an AK off the ground, and looking to put RIT in the body bag. Only 2 left. Get wreck on 1 HP. Not much he can do. Shada's going to spot the shoulder. Another one for the tally. Easy cleanup onto K2. And the rifle round. Oklahoma Christian stay alive with 3 members. Shada going big with the triple kill.
Yeah, RIT just didn't have the utility really towards the end of this round. Love the boost. That's something that you'll get away with once or twice in a game, and bringing it out early, just making it so that RIT always going to be on the lookout for it. But the flashes are just so lackluster. That's how Shada can just hang out in that corner, left unchecked, and with the MP9, it's swift 2 kills for him, putting Oklahoma Christian up to 4.
RIT just not feeling the same right now, and it shows. That disconnect that you were talking about is something that, you know, we wanted to highlight about when we see this team playing at their worst. It's when we're not seeing them execute together, but this time with the Tech 9, they're going to rush it in towards B. Shada going to be able to cut down 2 before falling. Pro eventually going to get that trade, and K2 rifle recovered. He's going to equalize into a 3v3. Hunter at the off up top. Hits an angle, and the tag onto Pro. All the way down to 38 health, looking to confirm the kill with the rest. Run it down. K2 trapped. Nowhere to go, nowhere to climb. Oklahoma Christian, they're able to stabilize after losing those first 2.
Nicely played. Getting onto the site, that's not quite the easy part, but that's what RIT were able to do. At least punching in the numbers for a little bit of extra cash. Shout out as well to, I think it was Shada who got a Molotov off here. Yeah, I mean, notice how they're all running through, and that's what allows for Shada to just get a couple of nice shots off before getting overwhelmed by the pistols. If he doesn't get 2 there, that retake becomes a lot more difficult. Back to the guns. RT getting another chance at this thing. Looks like MJB onto the op this time with Proto not being here.
Get wrecked. 2 members to worry about. Catches Shrani with the utility in hand. That's an opening for RIT, but Hunter patches that hole with the AWP immediately.
Nice refrag. That's going to set them up. Losing a lot of space, yes, our OC in that engagement, but RIT haven't necessarily taken it all. They're working on it right now with some bathroom control, and they've put Get Wrecked up towards long.
What? Oh, Hunter is feeling it with the op, and MJB is nowhere to be seen with his, and this is going to be such a big highlight for RIT. With MJB bringing the AWP, Proto was such a large factor for this team on this rifle, or on this sniper, and I think you can really feel the effects here with Hunter driving this op-at duel.
It certainly is going to be hard, right? MJB as well, you know, very good with the other rifles. Not that he can't be effective on the AWP, but I think you're stuck into a certain playstyle oftentimes with it.
Good patience from Hunter. Goes in for 2. Looking for the ace at the end of it. Hunter's going to get them all. 5 kills, nonchalant. Shrugs off his shoulders, and it's another day in the life of YNG Hunter.
That's well played, and I mean, I'll be honest, that's a really ambitious swing from Get Wrecked. That nade goes through, has no support, no trade as well, and it's going to be really easy for Hunter to hit those types of shots. This is the shot I'm talking about, where Get Wrecked just a bit on his own, on his lonesome, but fantastic continuation of that. It's 1 by 1 they fall. Gonna see another buy-in with the full loss bonus. It's starting to get a little easier to afford that extra cash. MJB is the one taking the downgrade. No AWP this time. Instead, it's just the Tech 9, and he'll put the pressure on. That's Benji and Connector. Everybody else ready to roll here at the B site.
Looking to pick up the pace here. Shana feeling a little bit of this pressure, but Twigs looking to alleviate it and allows Shana to restabilize. He's got the help, and the help is going above and beyond. Shrani on the flank, quick as ever. Benji in a little bit of trouble now, 1 versus 3. Seen Benji make plays like this in the past, but the way that Oklahoma Christian is playing, it's not going to be very easy. The flash on through to wider is going to give Shrani an opening to reposition with his teammates, and
It's just so much time to work with, though. With that frag, I mean, Benji can go anywhere realistically as long as he can grab this bomb. That's the biggest issue right now. And, well, looking the wrong direction isn't going to help. Just trying to check for Shroni, who had creeped back over towards the site. And again, loss bonus suggests that continuing to buy might be the play. Fun fact, by the way, I was looking through my old notes, Seymour. This was back, I think, 2020 for Naze, CSL at the time. And I actually was looking at RIT, and I had MJB as an opper. He was opping for this team. This was now 4 years ago.
I was going to say, that is a long time. A shadow of what he is now.
He certainly has it, if we see that op come back.
Hunter, I mean, still a factor where he's just not missing. Anticipating every obstacle thrown his way now. The push through stairs and connector. Benji, can you bring it back? Shrani says no, can do.
RIT a little lost in this one. At least a 2-on-3. This is a little bit more approachable now. You can see that Shroni is a little concerned about the run up long that could have happened whilst they were taking space over towards Fountain. And his timing couldn't be better.
Exactly like that. Pro now 1 versus 2. Gonna have an avenue in towards the site, but no idea that this is going to be the case. Both members from Oklahoma quickly on the flank through bathrooms, walks out, swings it, and not able to collect either one of them. Wheaties and Shada stacked on top of each other. Soak up those shots, and Oklahoma Christian 8-1 to start off their overpass. Just dominant holds on these sites.
And this is where you'll maybe hear every once in a while some commentator or analyst talk about the op and what it can be on the CT side of overpass. I feel like we don't see this type of op play all that often anymore. It can be difficult to sustain, but Hunter is doing it beautifully. This is where when you hear that talking point, right, you know, dominant op on CT overpass, this is what we mean.
Back 9 rush. To be nice shots there from K2, and there's no way, Vincent, that this is how they get around Twigs here to look to do the damage back, but it's still a back and forth affair. K2, M4 recovered, stuck between Hunter and Shroni, and that HE gonna knock him down to 26, but still a timing found. Hunter with the AWP, and K2 has made the great escape.
Oh, I love it. Quick rotate over and around. He's got the armor. He's got the utility as well. Just can hang out, play off the bomb. There's smoke in Hunter's hands, though.
Hunter has no idea where to look. K2 just running the clock. Smoke is down. K2 looking to spray things out. The shots are there. He's holding it. He's missing. Oh! No way. Hunter holds it out. Pros don't fake. A heartbreaking round from K2 for sure.
Out of bullets in the Tech 9. Oh, man. If that's planted default, for example, he gets it every time, but you're not as used to, you know, making that spray. Not to mention the angle that Hunter was at. See, look, not tucked in the corner. Instead, just out by the side, and K2 spraying into the corner. It's one of those small things. I mean, you could call it a little unlucky as well, but in a game where you're down 9-1, it's those little things that you'd hope go your way.
Could have been a little bit of resurgence there for RIT. They made it look good with the Tech 9s, but when it comes down to these rifles and these slower rounds, they just cannot put the pieces together. K2 going to be left on an island just underneath the boost, listening as well. Knows that there's at least 2 players on this B site, and that is leaving the bomb to take space at A. But Shrani, look at this aggression, Vincent.
Haven't seen him really push up long before. Trony is just so alone. But he gets the frag anyway. Can fall back away in a smoke to cover off the retreat with Hunter watching his back.
Now, Benji. Gonna see if he can catch some timing. Shrani has no idea, but the shots don't hit. Goes back in. Hunter there for the trade. And MJB just not able to land the shots, so Hunter's gonna get away with this. And you can see MJB quickly running back to the team, but over at B, you lose K2, and the round might have been lost as well.
So aggressive from OC. They just get confirmation that nobody else is long, and they're going to re-clear short at B. They already had the info, and catching off guard these RIT players, it's just taking space consistently from Oklahoma Christian.
Can't catch a break, Vincent. OC. They have definitely stepped up here in the map, Pro. You read the player in pit, you don't, but the shots still land. Pro, big two-piece has brought this back. Low health on Twigs. Almost mirroring Pro. This is an even health pool, Vincent.
It is, and both players are going to be coming up. Oh, that nade's perfect.
Look at MJB. Pushed all the way up. Hunter gonna have to clear this one, and no idea. Hunter, do you fully check it? You don't. The trigger discipline. He's gonna confirm onto Twigs. The discipline from MJB. When you need him, he's here.
Oh my goodness. And that's just consistently, you gotta check deep into that corner. The read was right. He didn't trust himself though. Hunter saw the smoke. What gives him that read, by the way, is the smoke for short. You don't smoke yourself off there at short unless you're going to be making your way aggressively forward. And I think just by dint of Pro being there and MJB not swinging, you just thought, well, I guess he's not there. Incorrect.
Oh, man. Rat's going to bring out the ops. Still not enough to take down Hunter. And you can see Rochester going back into clear out connector, but Shroni this time dives into the deep end. And he's going to silence RIT. Flash through Monster. Pro is here. And how good has Pro been?
Serving him up on a silver platter right there. Off angle, really nice positioning from Pro. It's unfortunate that he gets traded, and despite 2 frags in the round, normally you'd call that a success, but when it was already 2 on 5, it's not enough. Leaves MJB alone.
Shrani still has yet to leave in connector. Timing here for MJB, and he's going to bring it into a 1 versus 2. Opens up Squeaky, closes it back in, and
he's got bomb. So he has options available.
Hunter has not left this site. Waiting for the swing, and he misses it. An uncharacteristic whiff from Hunter so far through overpass, and MJB is just looking to layer down the pressure. Hunter's repositioned. He knows MJB is going to walk through bathrooms. The shot misses just off. MJB versus Hunter, but Hunter is burning so much time. Only 20 seconds. He's moved down long. MJB backing up the moonwalk into the op. And Oklahoma Christian finishing the half 10-2.
Shroni at 19-7 with Hunter 18-4. What an absurd scoreline, and yes, unstoppable throughout this half. I just don't see a way back in, to be honest. If you're RIT, technically there's always a chance, but CT side may be preferable, but this is a long road ahead of them.
This is not what I was expecting, Vincent.
Oh, I mean, we weren't expecting to see 2 subs, though, either. I was wondering, I mean, I told you in the green room, I said, I mean, they're at frag. I don't know how they're going to play.
Here we go. RIT feeling the issues here in the game, but K2 playing the off angle, tapping away with the USPs. 3 versus 2. Hunter looking to bring it back, and you do. Pro still alive. The difference maker through that first half. Looking to make that difference yet again, and he will. 1 versus 2 versus Twigs, and know exactly where this member is. 37 health for the clutch, and it's not on the table, Vincent. Another pistol round for RIT, but looking at the scoreline and understanding that RIT won last pistol as well. There's no difference just yet.
That's what's so devastating is you think, oh, okay, we got the pistol round. It's all going to change here. But then you realize they won the first half pistol and we're still sitting at this score line. It didn't end up mattering. Nice work from K2 though. Precise on the duels and good patience as well. Pro certainly has been showing out incredibly strong. Some individual performances looking very good. No force buy for Oklahoma Christian this time out, but it didn't take a force buy for them to win last time either.
Monster K2 looking away. Pro with the full spray down, but it's a team kill onto K2, and Hunter will get the better. So that's a bomb planted. MJB looking to leave nothing up to chance. The quick re-hit out of Rochester is going to bring this down into a 3 versus 2, and get wrecked, closing the doors onto Monster. Hunter not long for this round. A quick retake from RIT.
Nice recovery, especially when you consider the TK that comes in there. Gives some space for Oklahoma Christian to get a bomb plant and, well, a little breath of fresh air. A sigh of relief maybe, actually, the Tigers. But this is where things get a little bit more dicey. It's Hunter's op back in his hands. A little bit more difficult to wield. When it comes to the T side, you're not as easily put into position, and especially not if your opponents aren't opting into the AWP duel. It can be a bit more difficult. And taking no chances. Look at this buy up. Everybody who can afford a rifle is getting one. K2's the only SMG left.
I don't mind this from Rochester. They cannot give anything more to Oklahoma Christian on overpass. This is their comeback, and they want to make sure that they're giving Oklahoma Christian no chances.
Their map pick as well. It's the only map they were able to beat OC on in their previous series, and you don't want to give it up. Not this early as well. You know, now this being the first map of the series, a loss here would be increasingly painful.
So here we go. RIT, very passive hold at A. Nobody pushed up into towards bathrooms. Nobody pushed up through to short as well over on the B side of things. There's a lot of space for OC to find an opening. Hunter at range. Rec not expecting the op to be brought in this early, and it's going to cost.
It's an off angle that, you know, it's great if you're on a rifle or up against a rifle, but the op, it's so difficult to actually react in time if you are the CT. An adjustment back over to B.
What a bad read here from RIT. It's just finding these kills with the FAMAS. The MP9 swinging out. K2 gets them both, and that has swung this round back into the favor of the Tigers. MJB quickly working his way down connector. No idea from Shrani. And here's the difference. Rochester laying down the law. 1 versus 2.
Difference is K2. Single flash, and he gets them both with the MP9. Adds another to the tally. And the time expiring. Hunter just barely escapes with his life. We'll get out of there. There's no HE to find him, but no additional money to add to the tally either for Hunter. And despite the opening pick, still, RIT come back alive. It's a flashbang served up beautifully for K2. Thrown by Benji in the back of the sights, and
that was thrown all the way from A.
Oh yeah, it was, you're right. Or I think he might have been in heaven, actually, now that I'm looking at it.
No matter what, you need to see more of that from RIT. 5 rounds down. Eagles out.
Hey, listen, 5 rounds is a long way, but it's not so far that it's unattainable.
No, not at all. But Oklahoma Christian, I mean, they're doing the right thing. Not fully forcing around this AWP, knowing that they don't want to start to cut up their economy. So they're going to do what they can into this round to work around Hunter, but still going to be tough.
They're keeping the pace slow as well. That's going to pull out utility. Look at the confirmation as MJB escapes. Hunter has the read.
Get wrecked now. Gonna grab that AWP. We saw him bring it out on the T side. To no avail. This time finds an opening, an angle onto Twigs. Opened up, though, to Hunter, and it's just a trade fest from these Ops Wheaties. Finally gonna make the difference there with a kill on the Tech 9, but immediately refragged by K2, and Benji standing his ground on the A site here, waiting for Shada to make a play here. Shada with the bomb. A plant. Would be a successful round here from Oklahoma Christian, but a kill would be quite the same. Swings out with the deagle, goes to punch the digits, baiting him back out. 11 seconds left, and Benji just has to make sure he doesn't lose his life because K2, he's on the flank.
That was a bit scary. Benji very disjointed from K2's position, and K2 taking a lot of time to get back up connector. I think mostly because they weren't sure precisely where Shada was located. But great usage of the op that Hunter brought in from the previous round. Gets him a couple of frags and gives him a chance at winning a round they have really no business being in. Enough money, at least for RIT, to continue to have the full complement that they're looking for. And let's get right back again on the AWP.
Swings out aggressively, whiffs the shot onto both Solo and Hunter, and that should be an op recovered. MJB slowly slots himself up into bathrooms. K2 looking to command some space here, looking for some real estate out through short. He's gonna get the kill on the Wheaties, now looking to get away. Nobody here to chase it down, and out to the bathrooms we go. This is where MJB can really shine.
He's got a flash for him. That'll get two off the back of that. And advantage firmly in the hands of RIT, at least until Shrony does that. East side open for business.
It's not the first time that Shrony has made a change in a moment, but look at this flank here again.
Another late one.
It might work too. Pro through bank. He's going to clean them both up. No need for K2 on the flank. Slowly working his way in, but I mean, I want to talk a little bit about Prue here because in that first half, a lot of the rounds that did look winnable, it was because of this substitute. I mean, it's not an easy day when you're slotting into this RIT team in such an important match like a lower semifinal, but Get Wrecked taking his time to show up here on Overpass. Prue, a totally different story. How good has this member been?
Been very consistent. That's absolutely been the case, and good communication as well. And I say that because K2 is clearing out all of bathrooms, isn't confirming anything, but doesn't see anybody default, doesn't see anybody bathrooms. And I think that's part of what is giving the information away, that both players are kind of chilling close. Pro's also making a lot of noise to take any attention that was towards K2 away, giving him the opportunity to pop in and find success. Not even required. With 3 rounds, the deficit, Oklahoma Christian take their first time out, and it's certainly getting down to the wire, more so than I think that you would have ever thought, considering the first half scoreline.
This is the woes of the T side of Overpass.
True. Can be very much a fickle mistress, this T side. Oklahoma Christian are going to spread themselves out back to basics. This is a very defaulty round. They'll set up the... Well, they set up front bathroom smoke. They missed it.
This is an odd one, too, because Rochester Institute not looking for any space. Oklahoma Christian not taking any space.
OC have made a bit of a gamble here, setting up for the B-pop, and they have made a great call.
They have. Shrani going to be spotted. Prue. A lot of damage from the nade, and I don't know why Prue didn't turn around. Big mistake here for RIT, and a chance now for Oklahoma Christian to steal this one away. Benji has snuck his way in, and that information is located. Molotov into pit. Hunter's going to be forced out into the open. Benji, you need this one. And here comes Shada for the trade. But what is this? The USP not able to get anything more than just Shada. A weird round from both sides, but a big mistake from Rochester.
And the actual retake there could have had a lot more substance to it if it wasn't for the fact that the one player kind of selling what was, I guess you could tentatively call it a fake out A, ends up going down. And so it's just a 2v4 on the site for the double entry, and this breaks the economy of RAT. They're having to force buy into this. It's all over the place. Yeah. Shotgun, a single rifle in the form of a FAMAS.
More room for error. K2. Oh, that's going to be a lot of information now for Twigs to expect some aggression here. Prue looking to re-clear through short. Hunter leading the charge with the op, looking for two. The whip, but Wheaty's there to clean it up, and it's all down to the XM, Vincent. K2 quickly working into Monster, but no idea where to expect the players, and everything falling apart for Rochester one by one. They're falling like dominoes.
Not much to expect out of this round, given the investment, given the buy. You're hoping to create a miracle out of one thing or another, but even that's not going to happen. Another triple kill from Hunter, who's up to 30 and 8 right now. I mean, we're into round 20. He's got 30 kills.
I mean, it's incredible because, I mean, you look at the play styles that we're getting here from Oklahoma Christian, very confident, and I mean, I feel like I'm just watching a beatdown. I mean, this is just murder. And a lot of the rounds when Oklahoma Christian are winning, it doesn't even look like it's close.
I certainly didn't look so much so in that one. Pistols only. That's all they can afford, RIT. They're starting to put together a bit of a comeback. 5 rounds in a row at the start of this half, but it's now fallen flat on their face. It's a connector setup.
Here's that eco magic that we saw early on in this tournament. Just gonna make some noise here. Wheaties doesn't expect to. And here's an AK now. 4 on 4.
Tossing that over to Benji as well. It's a lot of space to work with, granted. Oklahoma have made the adjustment, heading up long, taking the A site fairly clear, and they've got a couple of smokes as well to hold back.
How do you
retake?
Twigs playing it so patiently over towards Party. An easy cleanup there onto Get Wreck. Now down to 2 with the pickup that Shada found on the front lines. Prue with an Eagle. Benji working his way up with this AK towards Bank, but smokes are down, and RIT, they are separated. Shrani can go in here. The timing works his way, and Oklahoma Christian steal away the map pick of RIT over past 13-7.
Man, and 13-7 makes it seem like it was better than it was. It really wasn't close at all. There was just so much that they had to deal with. I mean, Hunter has to be the key conversation point after that game. I mean, I dropped 30 at least. I don't know if he picked up any more there in the final round, but regardless, 30 or more frags in a game like that. Like I said, just 20 rounds is all we got to see. That's incredibly dominant, and it was on the AWP. I think that's part of why the T side was so difficult, is because Hunter was anywhere and everywhere. Guy just unstoppable and was making the opening pick look easy almost every round.
It's 2 pillars of Oklahoma Christian, because when Hunter goes down, then you have Shada putting up such an incredible game with the rifle. I think, even if you get done with Hunter, you're just not out of these rounds if you're Oklahoma Christian.
And it was Shrony as well.
There's just so much between everybody on Oklahoma Christian. Key individuals just really taking control of this. And, I don't know if it's the case of they understand that RIT not playing with their full roster here. Maybe that confidence is kind of overflowing, but whatever it is, Oklahoma Christian, if they want to see themselves in the little finals, they just got to keep doing it.
I mean, it's hard to stop. I think an AWP like Hunter, when he gets going like this, especially when you're and I don't know that this would have changed anything, but when you're missing your primary AWP as well, it's so much more difficult to answer on the CTs. Because when the CTs are able to take that space and you can't set up an op of your own as a turret to deal with that swing, you feel like nothing can be stopping. You have to use an outsized amount of utility to get back into that position. You have to, it's 2-3 flashes, something like that. And you have to be ready to trade as well, even if you get the flashes off. It's so much more tough when you don't have an op of your own. And we saw it get wrecked, and MJB try to pull that off at times to answer back, but it just wasn't effective for one reason or another. They couldn't make it happen.
Oh, and both of them just barely over half the kills that Hunter had together. So you could really see that Hunter just putting them down in those op duels. It doesn't matter who steps up to this one. And, I will say, for Overpass, starting off the way that it did, I do want to give Rochester a little bit of the benefit of the doubt for that CT side, because they were climbing their way back into it and they were putting together some rounds. And you could see the Rochester we need to see when they start playing together. But it's as soon as things get a little bit crazy and Oklahoma Christians start picking up the pace, setting their own rhythm inside these games, that's when it all gets thrown out the window, Vincent.
Yeah, it was pretty much only Oklahoma Christian setting the pace throughout that first map. But listen, map 2, Anubis, maybe that could be the game changer for RIT, but it's going to be tough. I think that RIT need to focus on resetting as they have a couple minutes to talk it over.
Yeah, so we're going to get ready for this map number 2 ourselves, take a little break on the desk, and we will be back shortly with Anubis, map 2 of our lower semifinals. You don't want to miss it.
We get how uncertain the future is. We've come of age in a complex world, face to face with problems we didn't create. So what's gonna happen next? We are. Because our future is the future. The life we have chosen has prepared us for this. So we're going to build bridges and hospitals in a day. We're gonna save families from disasters and feed those left in the cold. We're going to do all this and more because we have an appointment with destiny. We invite you to join us. The next greatest generation is now.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Rally Cry Collegiate Series CS2 event presented by the Army National Guard. My name is Seymour. With me is Vincent. We're heading into game number 2 with Oklahoma Christian leading versus our RIT Tigers, Vincent. If you asked me at the start that this is how our day was going to look, I would have called you a liar. But with today, a couple of surprises for us, Vincent. We really set this up for RIT, where, this is kind of a proving ground against Oklahoma Christian. I think RIT have been back on the rise, and Oklahoma Christian are still trying to prove themselves. But RIT today, they're playing with some substitutes. That has given a real opportunity here for Oklahoma Christian to kind of dominate.
Yeah, I think there's two sides of the story, right? Obviously, there's a big asterisk next to this entire series because you're playing with 2 subs. Now, that is true, but you can only beat who's put in front of you. And Oklahoma Christian, they beat RIT, and they beat them bad in that first map. It's a map that you expect RIT to have a lot of impact on, and they simply didn't. And there's 2 players in particular that made that look simple, and that was obviously Hunter's AWP, but Shrony's rifle as well was basically neck and neck, trading blows there in the first half, Shrony and Hunter, until the second half, where I think Hunter just kind of edged out a little bit when it came to the number game. But that was the issue, right? Not just were there some subs. I don't think the subs played particularly bad. I mean, I'll be honest, if I'm looking at it fairly, I don't think it really had the impact I really wanted to see. That was felt certainly in that game. But Pro was playing just fine. Nobody was up to the task of dealing with Hunter or with Shrony.
No, nobody was able to really put it together for RIT. And heading into now Anubis for our map number 2, you need to see somebody take the reins for this RIT team. Whether it's in the op tools, Vincent, whether it's taking space and finding some openings for the team, some first bloods, just somebody needs to step up individually for them. Either that, or you need to start seeing them work together to clear things and trade effectively, because they were giving up too much early in these rounds for Oklahoma Christian. And, when RIT were winning rounds, they were extremely close, unless it was an eco for Oklahoma Christian. But when Oklahoma Christian were winning rounds, it was not close 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, and also when you look back to, turning points, big moments, right? That almost clutch from K2 where, just didn't quite have the lineup through the smoke. That felt like it could have been a turning point. If you see something like that happening where those type of rounds are actually going RIT's way, I think that's another factor that could certainly come to play. But I want to bring back up that we've been referring to it a couple of times, but it's important because this series, we saw it happen with the full RIT roster not that long ago, about a week ago in NACE, and RIT still unable to win. They won Overpass in that series. They lose it today, and now we head to Anubis, another map that RIT couldn't quite make work in the past. Now they've got to do it once again, sans their 2 main players.
Granted, I will say, the CT side of RIT looked a lot better on Overpass than their T side. I think Anubis gives them a lot more opportunity on their T side to look better. And if you can get going on your CT side, you don't really need an AWP necessarily, Vincent. So, the same things that apply to Overpass definitely do not apply here to Anubis. And you look at the scoreline for that Anubis game, it was 13-9 loss. So, albeit it wasn't that far away from RIT really pushing Oklahoma Christian even farther. A few rounds go their way, and you're looking at a really close game there. I think this is an opportunity, even with substitutes, to still look like a good team. I think Overpass doesn't really allow for that flexibility to kind of plug and play certain players into your lineup. But Anubis is a totally different story in my mind, and I think that really RIT could look comfortable on this map.
Yeah, I do agree that there is a lot more chances on Anubis. Not that plugging players in is ever easy, but I think with Anubis you can get a little bit more loose with it, and it's not so big a deal. I think that you don't necessarily need as much consistent utility from everybody as well. And plus, RIT going to start on the T side of Anubis. This is OC's map pick, so they get the chance to pick where they want to start. And I know a lot of teams do still tend to pick the CT side, but it is still a T-sided map, is Anubis. So
Yeah.
I think that giving the chance for RIT to set the pace a little bit more, to play their own game in a way that we didn't see back on Overpass, is potentially a way for them to get back in here. I'm not fully out, but I do think that Oklahoma Christian walk into this and they are now major favorites, no matter if you're looking at this as a 2-0 or as a 2-1.
No, I totally agree. And I think another thing that we didn't really touch on at the end of that overpass is the fact that RIT won both pistols.
They did.
It was 13-7 loss, but they won both pistols, Vincent. And you have to think about how different that first half would have been if Oklahoma Christian didn't sneak away with that eco in round number 2. I think that just completely shreds the confidence of this RIT team, who already are on the kind of wire for, are they going to play good with these substitutes? Are the substitutes really going to, be able to fill in for the players that are missing? When you get ecoed in round number 2, that is a big hit to the confidence. And you saw that over time it was building. I think Prue was making a really big statement for themselves into this roster. I think you still need a little bit more from Get Wrecked, but Get Wrecked wasn't playing an easy role trying to combat against Hunter in a lot of those fights. And I think that for Anubis, as long as they kind of stick with their game style, win out on these pistols, and RIT show a little bit more respect to Oklahoma Christian when it comes down to a lot of those eco rounds, you can see that this team just made a couple mistakes that just early on that did really harm them.
It did. Looking at it, regardless of which perspective you're looking at it, OC playing up to a fantastic level right now. RIT, as you mentioned, making some errors and putting themselves in a rough spot to even try and make that comeback. All of those things are true. I think that it comes down to, number one, I mentioned before the break, resetting the mental a little bit, getting back in there. I think that's something that this RIT team does pretty well in general. I think they do a good job of keeping themselves in games, even if they go down. But the other thing about it is that there was nobody that was stepping up to Shrony or to Hunter. That has to change.
Yeah. No, it definitely does. And I think that you can look at Anubis to allow for that chance to really step into those situations. I highlighted that, an AWP is nice on this map, but it's not necessarily needed on Anubis for sure. And if you want to put that in kind of the back seat and focus from not taking these deals against Hunter and instead just blocking Hunter off of a lot of these fights, then that could be your way of shutting down Hunter. Force him off the AWP into the rifle, and it's a totally different story.
But don't give them the money. I mean, if they don't have the cash to get that gun out, then maybe it's a little bit easier. I think that has to be the number one priority is whatever their strategy is dealing with Hunter. But beyond that, right? Starting on the T side for RIT, you definitely don't need an op. You don't have to be using that. It's really effective on the CT side, especially. But if you're not dealing with an op of their own, if Hunter isn't able to pick it up, then it's almost just an opt-in type of situation for the RITT side. All of that kind of leads me into the question of, we've been asking pretty much whenever RIT play, right, who's going to show up? We need to see this team show one or two of their stars, right? And I think that we started to see that, and it was pretty consistent. I thought K2 was playing well, but it wasn't enough. And especially when you have one or two players stepping up, and then the rest of the team just not even be playing bad, just playing fine, then with the addition of two subs, it's going to be tough every time.
Exactly, and it looks like we're finally ready to go here for Anubis. Into the pistol round. Hunter's got the dualies out the CT side of Oklahoma Christian. Twigs and Hunter, they swing, and oh my, it's a bloodbath.
Oh, it's RIT just opting into the early fight, and they find nothing. The dualies, of course, nice to find. Love to see those, but it's Twigs on the USP, if I'm not mistaken, with a triple kill. Hunter's dualies pick up the other two. And for the first time, RIT lose out a pistol round in this series. So blind.
I just cannot believe that. That was incredible out of the two.
One flash. One flash. That was all that was required.
And that is a perfect scenario for when to use the dualies.
Oh, yeah. Fish in a barrel. RIT, they're force buying despite not having a bomb plant.
So they're looking to run it down solo. Shada gonna be ready for this one with the MP9. Runs out of bullets and to get wrecked. Finally looking for a break, but Twigs here to take his place, and the reinforcements have arrived. Hunter side by side with Twigs again in the round to remove the rest of RIT and start hunting for what is next. The only player left is going to be MJB with a Tech 9, slowly working through mid, in through Temple. Doesn't have the bomb, so we'll have some trouble getting these digits down.
Yeah, he's going on the long rotation. Just going to try and catch someone off guard, I would hope. You got to get the trade. Shada just gets away with a free frag there. And the second player coming through the smoke. Utility comes out as well. It's just, that's part of the reason I think that the second round force buy can be difficult. But Tech 9 and armor, not going to be the ticket. I will tell you, Seymour, this decision making, I don't know what the thought process was for RIT, but typically they are a team that saves if they don't get the plant. It's a bit of a concern to see them going such an aggressive route early into this game. It could just be nothing, but it could also mean that they're maybe just a little bit frustrated.
Yeah, it could be everything. I think RIT, we asked them to start off strong here on Anubis, and we haven't seen that for the T side. This is a little bit scary now, looking to give up 3 rounds in a row. Only down to these pistols. They walk out, and again, it's just mincemeat. The grinder. Nice shot there from Pro, but quickly swept under the rug. Oklahoma Christian off the success from map number 1. They just want to stomp any fire out from this team.
And another nice round from Shada, just collecting those anti-eco frags. Getting the SMGs going and farming up a little bit of extra cash. He's up to 5,800, so next round could drop over an op, for example. This time they're going to keep with the SMGs that they do have. Looking to maybe farm an extra bit of cash. The first gun round, RIT will spread back out for the default.
Yeah, they need a first blood. They need a bad. Not a bad set of rifling here for Oklahoma Christian. 3 M4s. Weedy is going to be flashed out. Gets the information. It gets back in, only being dropped down to 40 health.
Not bad, considering he's escaped with his life. That's the most important thing. This default has given a lot of space for RIT. They don't have mid control, but they've taken all of canals. They still have a water. They've ensured that nobody's pushed B. This B split is a Bruin. It should be pretty strong considering the weaponry.
Should be. I'm looking to make it zone. Swinging out first is Benji. Traded by K2. Prue doubles down now for the site. Weedy's the only one really to make a difference. And a quick flank coming out. I don't think they're going to be ready for this one. Twigs removes 2 members from E-Box. Weedy's finally going to pop out from the angle, and it's all falling to bits. This whole round was so possible, so winnable for RIT, but Oklahoma Christian just a little bit quicker in the moment.
They get paralyzed. As soon as Twigs comes in, gets activated with that flank, they entirely stall out RIT. There's just no reaction there. Unsure of how to adjust, and props to Wheaties for playing this as passively and as patiently as he does. As soon as MJB turns to react to the flank coming through E-Box, that's exactly when Wheaties activates.
Yeah.
And it's back to a fast play. RIT, A didn't work, so now they had B.
The thoughts just run. The Tech 9's in hand. Possibility is in the air, but Shrani with a quick triple. They all line up. The spray down is so good for Oklahoma Christian yet again. At least for RIT. They're going to get this plant down.
Post plant plus weapons. So big recovery. It's Benji and MJB. Not in great positions to play off of one another, but this is a little bit better. Now it's a crossfire.
flash out though. Benji is so blind. Twitch just able to run out through the smoke, and MJP is located 1v3. Almost for MJP, but Hunter waiting in the wings with the op. MJP has to swing it. He's able to secure 5 rounds in a row.
A flash was so perfect. Poor Benji, he couldn't see a thing. Was fully white screen for like 2.5 seconds here. We'll probably get a chance to take a peek at it again. Shronny, phenomenal job though, right? I mean, if Shronny goes down, just even if he does 2, which is great considering the circumstances, but even if he just gets 2, that is so much more winnable for
sure
for RIT. But he gets 3, and that's so perfect because that makes RIT essentially just have to split up, play a little bit more passive because they can't take the aggressive fight.
Into the default. RIT cautious to not lose this first fight. Hunter with the op looking down mid, waiting for somebody to over-aggress, and Solo Shada's actually brought the AUG out. Wheaty's gonna get flashed out there. Prue on the receiving ends. It's a first blood again for Oklahoma Christian, and it's gonna silence the map so far for RIT, but MJP is looking to re-clear this from up top. Shronny has no clue, and there's your refrag. Benji has an idea to maybe just attack this B site right away.
I think Hunter's just DC'd. That's massive. Very unfortunate. Twigs has grabbed his op, but that leaves everybody 1 player per position. 1B, 1 mid, 1A. CT side.
The Molly out. Wheaty's going to equalize this one into a 3-on-3. RIT have really no clue what is open, but they're going to group together. They're going to hit out A. Shada going to reapply a smoke. So if RIT want to hit this, they're going to have to flash their way out, and that's going to give Shada so much info.
Timing on the smoke is just brutal, and I love that Shada's just playing this passively. There's flashes and utility available, but getting through that smoke is so difficult. And MJB, great read. This is experience talking right now. Just walking right through. Understands in a 3-on-3. Probably going to be playing passive.
Solo still through the smoke. K2 is caught. That's numbers now for Oklahoma Christian. Solo gonna look to go back in. Shada trying to do the dirty work for the team, but Twigs is gonna be spotted there and get wrecked. A chance for the round. Wheaty's not sure if you've been spotted here, but it doesn't seem like that. Get wrecked has no idea. The nade's gonna clean up Shada, but Wheaty's should be able to bring this into a 1v1. Time ticking away. Kit in the hands of Wheaty's. MJB looking to show off that experience. Starting off that A hit and finishing it with a round win.
Massive round from Get Wrecked especially, but MJB, like I said, just great job. Good read of the situation, and of course, in the 1v1, what do you expect from Michael Jordan's brother? Cannot be felled. Shout out as well to Shada, though. I think played the solo A position there really well.
I agree. I don't think Shada could have done more. I think it comes down to, one key thing, and when you lose out on Hunter and you have to hand over that AWP to Twigs, then you notice the case of, Twigs just not being initially ready for that battle versus Get Wrecked, and you can see that Get Wrecked has a chance in that moment to really show off his prowess with the big green. And what is this?
Who is Delro?
Who is Delro? Okay, it's Hunter, I guess. Or maybe
Might
somebody to take Hunter's place.
A wild bot, or something. Could be that. Could be the bot.
His alter ego.
Or hypothetically, is Hunter global muted in Counter-Strike? Oh no, that was definitely a bot.
It's definitely a bot taking his place.
I don't know what servers we're playing on, but these are not like standard bot names.
Oh.
Which I find very funny. Unfortunate that Hunter's having some tech issues, internet problems.
And it's unfortunate in the case that that's how RIT finds their first round too, Vincent. Like, you think about heading into a round where your Hunter is in that lobby, I don't think RIT wins that.
Well, I mean, listen, RIT, they have a man disadvantage from the start if Hunter doesn't DC. Oklahoma Christian have a man advantage from the very beginning. And by the way, I just want to, as we jump into this round, which should be an eco for Oklahoma Christian, I do want to say I loved the aggressive maneuvering out towards the B site. There was a smoke. I don't know where the lineup was, but it's a smoke that covers off the deep angle on the left-hand side of A main and allows for Oklahoma Christian to throw a more effective flash and allow Wheaties to get that fight a little bit easier. And he delivers. Wheaties gets the opening pick in that previous round. It was a small thing, but something that I think goes to show OC's level of preparation for this map, the reason that they continue to pick into it.
Yeah, and, you know, to double down on that point, I mean, you just think about how polished this is for Oklahoma Christian. They were able to take down Northwood on Anubis. Like, the only map that Northwood has lost throughout the Rally Cry Collegiate Series was on Anubis versus Oklahoma Christian. So you know that RIT, no matter what roster steps up versus Oklahoma Christian on this map, it's not going to be an easy fight. Shrani picks up the AK. Suddenly, an ability to do some real damage, but Pro is going to put it to rest before anything gets out of control. And the only one who can possibly make a difference here is the flank from Shada. 5-7, nice shots there. Get wrecked, gonna be blindsided, and now that's the pressure down. K2 trading, keeping things in line for RIT. Shada's got the AWP, but the time is the issue. No kit. Does he try to escape with the AWP? No, he walks forward. And that's a second round from RIT, but an eco round from Oklahoma Christian. So much damage done.
Yeah, that doesn't boost the confidence levels for you and me here on the desk, I don't think. Not for the RIT squad. You hope that that's finally a bit of a relief, a chance for them to just get, free is the wrong word, but a relatively easy round. And it is coming down to the wire like that. Good patience from MJB once he was the one on the back of the site there. Just to not overswing, not give Shada the opportunity.
Look at this aggression from K2, starting to feel himself on Anubis. And maybe this is the individual that we were asking for.
So he's just running it down there. Just trying to get up in the face of Oklahoma Christian. He's the only one who had an SMG, and look at what it's done. It's made RIT have to retake a lot of areas, or a little bit more passive to these areas. They're going to try and retake them later in the round, if anything.
I think K2 is just trying to toss this up out the map.
It could be. Fortunately, it's a double up, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And he'll get it done. Took a moment. But that smoke, that aggressive smoke out A main, it certainly cut off a lot of time that RIT would have had.
I like that K2 is starting to come alive here. I mean, versus Northwood, who was the one that really stepped out or really stood out for RIT? It was K2. And in every match since, K2 has just been so consistent. So when RIT needs somebody the most, you look to that consistency, and maybe he can lead them to the promised land. MJB has such good timing. Shada has no idea, and it still pays off. I got a little bit worried. MJB looks to his left, but snaps at just the right time. The smokes go up, the bomb goes down, Vincent.
Again, it's MJB finding the timing out through mid. I don't even know how he slipped the gap, but it's fantastic.
Shrani, no respect being shown here, just running right on in. No follow-up from Wheaties. The Molotov's going to make sure of that. Oklahoma Christian, they're boxed out. They don't have a kit on either one of these members.
They're saving.
This round is done.
Look how far Hunter is away. Wheaties was asking, hey, are we saving? And Hunter's like, I'm already gone, my friend.
Surprisingly enough, somewhere in and around this area is where K2 attempted to toss this up out of the map.
I think he tossed it out in T-spawn, which means that he should have been able to get rid of it pretty well.
Oh.
So an extra frag for Oklahoma Christian, and RIT unable to take the op out of Hunter's hands. So a wild moment there. MJB, I think, actually had Shada on his screen for just a moment previously, turned away from it. Luckily came back just in time.
One of those, hold on, wait a minute.
Yep. One of those on
right.
your screen, but not in your eyes.
Your teammate's like, whoa, 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 whoa. You saw
You
him.
saw him. It's an eco. For the most part.
Nice flash there. K2 beheading Shada. Prue wins the fight too, lurking over towards B. So there's a lot of options for RIT.
Trying to move these rifles into positions that can be effective right now. Oklahoma Christian taking some space. And Shrony's about to have a couple of players to take a shot at. Oh, Twigs.
This looks like a brand new RIT. Granted, it's just pistols, but so thorough, so clean on their executes, and they're not leaving any stone unturned.
I think that RIT getting back into a bit of a groove. What is this smoke? What does that go to? It's just into spawn?
Thank you, Obs team. Like, that is so random.
Okay, so let me just, to get into Hunter's mind, maybe he's trying to convince somebody that he's just hanging out in spawn. Like, and it has slowed down the hunt of MJB.
They
It doesn't
want this
matter
op
because
out.
he got the kill, but
They want this up. They're going to get it. Such a big kill there from Prue. Not only that, they're limiting Hunter to only shutting down one of the players from RIT, Vincent. So that is plenty of cash for RIT heading into this next round. And a full buy-up now for Oklahoma Christian.
yeah. But if you want the op, it's going to have to be a glass cannon. There's enough 4750 plus. But Hunter instead going to take the A1S and get some more utility out the back of that.
This is one of my steps for Oklahoma Christian, Vincent, to kind of be knocked down a peg. If you can take this off out of the hands of Hunter, what does he offer with the rifle? K2, I think, was spotted on this angle, and Shada looking to re-clear off the flash. K2 experienced in those moments, and Shada's going to be read like a book.
K2 knows about this position. That flash could have come from nowhere. He's going to push them back and just escape out the smoke. That's a massive opening for RIT. Not only have they pulled off a player from mid, look at how they've responded. Just poking and prodding at that mid location. The bomb looking to head that way, but instead I think they're going to all drop to Canal.
And as soon as you take that rifle or that op out of the hands of Hunter, it forces somebody else to look to make the hero play, and it blows up. So Prue now through mid. Lovely clear there. A flash from NJB to tee him up. Wheaties with Shrani looking to lock down the site, but K2 and MJB, they're not done yet. They just continue to pave a path for their team. The bomb is down. Twigs has a kit, full armor and an AK, but in a 1v3, I mean, you look at the cash, Vincent, and this is the real issue here. Get Wrecked gonna swat Twigs. They know exactly where this member is, and the hunt is on.
I think getting out of here is not so much a option for Twigs. It's a nasty angle. MJB is going to drop on its head, a little Goomba stomp moment. And so RIT, they equalize up to 5-5. A great recovery considering the opening of this map. It's looking so poor. Been up to some of these stars that we were talking about in K2, right? Delivering that opening pick. Love the patience there from him. Just to wait for somebody to play in. I think K2 actually spotted the player pushing. Just wanted them to play the aggressor.
Nice shots there from Twigs. Get Wrecked is all the way down to 21 health. I mean, Get Wrecked at the start of the rounds has been on the receiving end of so much damage out of Oklahoma Christian. I kind of feel bad.
Don't feel bad. This has been fantastic to watch.
Love this.
Wheaties has been aggressive a lot. So RIT might not have seen it this round, but they should have an idea.
But do they, though? Who doesn't? Able to swing around. MJB recovers it. Let's get
Bomb spotted.
It's going to be denying, though, the recovery of a rifle there from Wheaties, and on to B we go.
Fortunately, despite the bomb being looked at, there's nobody actually on the B site.
Now 4 players, 2 of them knocked down to very low HP. Shrani just walking through the smoke. Where is the help? K2 going to turn around and clear it out, but Shada still doing some damage. MJB 29 HP, K2 on 60. Shada stuck between them both, and he will not make it so. Rochester, they put 6 rounds in a row, and for the first time since the first round of Overpass, they have a lead in the series.
It's been a long road to this recovery, but I mean, I wouldn't want to be shotted there trying to walk your way through a crossfire between K2 and MJB on the retake. Might have been better to hang on to that op. I don't know what the money's like. They might have enough. In fact, they probably should have enough to op. Yes, indeed, they do. Hunter has it. This RIT default has been very difficult to break for Oklahoma Christian. Nobody's aggressive either for OC. The last couple of rounds, both times actually at A main, it's been problematic. It's really been K2 show over there. So instead of taking an aggressive tact and trying to play forward, they're just going to wait it out.
Passive angle here from Shada. Peeks up. Hello and goodbye. We'll see you next round, Benji. 1-11, by the way. Benji has not had a good game.
Yeah, it's rough to see, too, because Benji really dominated on this map up against the Ohio State University Buckeye Gaming Collective.
That is a different team. And Oklahoma Christian are a different beast.
Not a big fan of how RIT have approached this round. Given all the space that they were given, they're just walking out, trying to make contact, trying to find information by taking a couple of fights, and it's, I mean, you can see how it's gone.
3v5. Get wrecked. The Kenny S sticker on the AWP. 25 seconds left. Can you make an opening here at B for the team Prune? K2, it looks like they want to go in on this. 18 seconds. It's going to be quick. And Prune's the first one out, looking for a second. Wheaties shuts it down. Now Kit wrecked and K2 looking to pick up this mess, but Twigs is throwing it all on the floor. 6-6 at the half. Oklahoma Christian, they weathered the storm. Just looking back at that history, Vincent, it's blow for blow.
That it is. And on the one side, you can just be so impressed with RIT and their recovery, right? On the other, Oklahoma Christian, they managed to, on their CT side, equalize things. A 6-6 half on CT is fantastic, at least on paper. You're loving life there. Not to mention, really denying, I think, a lot of the AWP that Hunter could have been putting together was very effective for that half. So as RIT swap over to the CT side, gonna have to see a little bit more of that.
Yes, we will. Pistols for RIT. 2-1 so far through the series, but 0-1 for maps. This is such an important round for the Tigers, Vincent.
Oh my goodness. Look at the info though. RIT, they're just walking out. Hey, they've got all of this space, and Oklahoma Christian have no idea. It's a passive setup at B, which means that MJB doesn't have to fight. He can just wait, let him take the site, and then allow for this retake to get activated.
Yeah, K2 picking up the pace here as well. Everybody through mid. The pinch is in. Twigs going to turn around, and MJB actually getting the better of one at least. Pro now through mid, trades back and forth, and bomb goes down. You know the flank is coming in, but it's 3 separate angles that you need to be worried about. Benji swings out, Get wrecked, following it up. 1v1 and Get wrecked. Just covering the tracks of the teammates back and forth through the pistol, and RIT hold the lead in the CT side of Anubis.
That's some really nice timings. The swings coming out there. MJB patient initially can come back and play for the fight long. Get wrecked. As soon as the swing comes in onto Peru, he swings from Temple. And the same situation for Get wrecked when the contact is made on the other side towards E-Box. Honestly, Oklahoma Christian, they did a really good job of even having a chance in that round, considering RIT's information and positioning.
Yeah, I think that just goes to show the skill of Oklahoma Christian in these pistols. Just able to tap away and do the most. But we saw them on the T side of Overpass. They were able to buy up and actually walk away with the second round in the first half of that one. This time they're looking to do it again a little bit quicker. Out the case, a passive setup towards A will allow this bomb to be planted.
Same situation, though, for RIT. They're fine to let the bomb go down as long as they can make this retake work.
Right's a little bit ahead of this one. That's a lot of damage. Hunter lurking through the spawn, and look at those kills. Shredding RIT. An impeccable call from Oklahoma Christian.
A site can really be an impenetrable fortress when you're trying to retake, especially if you don't have the full utility to get back in there. Need to get maybe just a little bit lucky as well. Some of the flashes would have loved to see K2 get the chance to actually apply that pressure on the flank, but he just gets beheaded. You hate to see that. At least you if you're an RIT fan. Oklahoma Christian coming out and swatting him down. It's another force buy for RIT. This time the Eagles are the name of the game.
I want to see RIT not really get ahead of themselves like we saw in Overpass. I mean, they gave up almost, I think it was 8 unanswered rounds after losing that follow-up.
Now, granted, I think that back on Overpass, that was a couple of mistakes that cascaded for RIT. This last round, more an Oklahoma Christian round that they were able to turn despite RIT's best efforts.
Now they're corralling RIT in towards B, and it seems like the end game of Oklahoma Christian is going to be there. So here comes the utility throwing out a deep flash from Hunter. K2 delivers a shot, express mail to the forehead of Hunter. And now for the rest of Oklahoma Christian to fall into line. Lovely HE, but a team kill from Shada is giving RIT a chance here. Still dancing around the pillar. Prue is going to be found out. And it whittles RIT down to 2 in a 2 versus 3. Still with these Deagles. Can they make anything out of this one? Shots through the smoke, and Shada cleans it up. Oklahoma Christian, they reclaimed their lead, but it's got a little bit dicey there for a moment.
That it did. But listen, Oklahoma Christian, they had it on lock. If it wasn't for the team kill, I don't think it would have been particularly close. There is one player, though, and we talked about him a little bit in the first half. I think it's only fair to mention it here. Benji needs to step up for this RIT team. You cannot be seeing someone like Benji struggling this much and see RIT continue to win. Not when you're coming in with like 2 subs. That can't be happening. So eyes up for Benji to change this and find some more impact, especially since we've seen it before from him on this map.
Zeus is out. Across this whole tournament, Vincent, we've seen 2 Zeus kills.
One of them from K2, I think.
I actually think so as well. That Molotov, I think they hear this one through. Going to be in a little bit of an unfortunate spot. Get wrecked. Kobe dodges out the nade, and unfortunately not going to be able to escape unscathed. Get wrecked, going to be able to find one before dropping, but Oklahoma Christian, they continue to stumble on in, and a round win for them is going to give them a 2-round edge now heading into the first gun round here for the Rochester's CT side.
And considering how clean Oklahoma Christian made these ecos, or the anti-ecos, it's given them extra money to contend with, right? I mean, 9,600 there on Shrony. Hunter has an op already, and nothing on the other side either, at least when it comes to the AWP. Single kit in Pro's hands. Want to see RIT try and maybe swap things up a little bit. They're going to get aggressive, or at least Benji is.
Benji still toying with the idea. Actually going to disengage from that aggressive stance, falling back towards their teammates. A lot of space given up through mid as well. So I think RIT are starting to feel the pressure.
Drop the flashbang over to MJB to provide support, and Benji will drop a smoke if he is able to make contact and escape.
Seen these plays pay off for RIT. Can Benji find some form here for the CT side? A slow start to the map, but no time then the late time to show up. Though, unfortunately, Benji not going to get the better of Shada. MJB all alone. Run down by Wheaties. That's a bomb going down.
Now the retake, it's a big question mark because Twigs is going to be able to cut K2 off from the retake. And, well, I don't even think RIT were ever prepared to do that. Both of the remaining two members were heading back towards B instead of regrouping towards the A site instead in the 3-on-4, at least when it was. So RIT, once again, I think that them playing standard isn't going to give them victory here on their CT side.
I agree. I think that if they want to find some victory here versus Oklahoma Christian, they're going to have to go searching for clues.
And the hard part is when you have some individuals struggling to get activated, that can be more difficult because you just don't have the confidence to go for those aggressive plays. Granted, it's still a close game. 7-10 now the scoreline. Benji, would have been nice to see him pick up one out of that, and with MJB dealing with so much oncoming utility, 1-for-1 is almost the best you could have hoped for. See what they have on this. Not so much of a buy. It's going to be a 4-man stack at the B site over for RIT. MJB, one of the sole rifles, is so low over here at A. They'll have to give it up before they even take a fight.
Bomb going down. RIT, I mean, they've clawed their way back into this game and starting to fall behind again. What magic can they offer? Seems like they're just setting up for exits. And the time is running thin. Hunter, what a flick there on MJB. Going back in for seconds, but shot just barely whipping. Still very present in these gunfights. Hunter just swinging and swinging, and he is not going to miss.
What more can you really do? If you're RIT, this round was going to be difficult from the start, but with Hunter taking fights like that with utter confidence, it's so much more than just taking a fight. It's dominance. And we're heading into what could be, I mean, look at how quickly this has fallen away. What could be a final real gun round for RIT. That was a save. This will be a buy. And if they can't win that, they're up against 12.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely scary, Vincent. And I'm sure Oklahoma Christian have all the confidence in putting this one away, but we've seen RIT backed into a corner, back on overpass. They still fought their way back to a deficit similar to this one. And now they have the AWP back in Get Rex's hands, so can they do this? Actually, a double op setup for MJB as well, so trying to really locate some openings.
When in doubt, on Anubis, double up is a lot of times the way. And they'll be prepared for the B hit. 3 players here.
K2, that's a big pickup there, but it's not going to stop Oklahoma Christian. K2 picks up the AK off the ground. Pro taking so much damage. Molotov and E-Box. Pro still alive somehow. And now it's K2 hoping to make the difference, but they've broken through. Shrony, 16 HP. The smoke's going to get planted down. He's going to walk
Shrony's
on
caught
through.
it.
MJB has no idea, but Shrony is very afraid of this moment, very afraid of this possibility. Smoke is just holding him off. MJB trying not to be tunnel vision. The barrel is going to be spotted, and it's all down to one. Benji, can you bring it back? Hunter, he knows exactly where these members are. 2 ops to deal with. And Shrani puts it away. Match point for Oklahoma Christian.
Hunter is wild for that one. Is taking a fight with a Glock on low health there. Trying to just keep the presence towards him. Instead, Shroni, this is the real deal sealer. That Lark in through the smoke, just waiting patiently for MJB to walk in to his crosshairs. And as I mentioned, last real buy round, it's RIT on a force of all forces. They've got 3 MP9s. At least there's utility behind them. That's, I guess, a small victory.
Stewart tie for the Tigers, Vincent. This could be it. Twigs freebie through the smoke. And it opens up a lane. Benji, though, finally finding some control at A.
It's a nice pickup for sure, but it is just an even scenario. It's not as if this helps RIT that much because they're in a 4-on-4, which means they're, as the CT side, not the ones at the advantage. 2 sites to hold, plus mid. Doesn't help.
Does not. There we go. Smokes down. Benji, another one. Late to the party, but better late than never. Hunter still battling back into this one, a 3-on-3. Benji does not want to let it go, but he's going to burn alive.
Needed to get that frag on 100 in Benji. Seems like a do-or-die moment there, and with Get Wrecked gone, Prue is just alone. With a molly to contend with as well, just to get back into the site. And off on the other side, it's over.
It's all
Oklahoma
over.
Christian.
Stealing the show, Vincent. Stealing the show. Oklahoma Christian, they show up in the lower semifinals, and they keep their life alive here in the team, into the Rally Cry Collegiate Series CS2 event. I mean, RIT, your national champions, they are down and out, Vincent. What a surprise it is, but a huge shout out to Oklahoma Christian for accomplishing this.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, back to the point we were making in the pre-show, right? As soon as you see there's 2 subs, immediately this becomes a way harder game for RIT. I think it goes from, I said, almost certainly 3 maps to a question of RIT, can they even get in there, right? And the answer was no, despite some resurgence there on the first half of their map. Like, honestly, they had one decent to okay half on both maps, and obviously that's not enough. You got to play a full game.
And surprisingly, twice where they win the pistols and lose the follow-up round in that one. I think Oklahoma Christian, even still, you know, playing against substitutes, no matter what it was, they put together the right strategies. They put together the right ideas, and it's the second time now beating this RIT roster. No matter what roster's in front of them, you can see that the confidence is building for Oklahoma Christian. And for you to show up into the later stages of this tournament and still show some evolution in your playstyle, that is rare for a team that is so new to Collegiate Counter-Strike, so new being put together.
And I think it's that experience as well that, you know, we talked about when first seeing this team coming through. That absolutely helps to deal with those potential problems or difficulties. And RIT just never found themselves into good spots, I felt like, in this entire map. It was some good setups that they had, but in the late rounds, you could count on Oklahoma Christian to find success. And even when it came to pistols, they cleaned it up towards the later end of the game, but the amount of times that Oklahoma Christian were close to winning on a pistol round, or even were able to win off the back of an eco or half buy, that was just, it was just too often. You can't allow that to continue to happen.
I'm sure you're going to be looking back at this if you're RAC and seeing so many rounds that, you know, could have and probably should have gone your way. And it's going to sting, you know, losing out on a tournament in this sort of fashion. But That's showbiz, baby. I mean, some days you're cooking, some days you're just not. And here in the lower semifinals, I think Oklahoma Christian, they just looked like the better team. Looking now at the scoreboards of Anubis, again, I mean, you got to put some focus on some of these individuals. I think Shrani and Hunter had a fantastic series, but into Anubis, Vincent Twiggs really taking the reins here. You see Shada as well up there. Nobody having a bad game for Oklahoma Christian. And that itself says a lot for this team.
Yeah, when you cast your mind back and think about impact plays, impact moments in this game, when I can do that and think of 1 or 2 times that every individual on the squad was able to put their team into position to win around or win around themselves or get a key opening pick, something like that where it's a really high impact moment. If everybody is able to do that, then that you're really delivering, and that's exactly what Oklahoma Christian did on Anubis. And listen, back to the RIT side of it too, some big missing pieces, right? Listen, GetRed comes in as a sub. You don't necessarily expect too much, but Benji, I think, needed to really have a better game there if this was to be any closer. Considering the 6-6 half, I think that RIT did what they could given that performance.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think that for RIT, they did exactly what they could have done with the cards that were dealt in this series. And albeit, some of the rounds looked good, but most of the rounds just didn't look like they could really string something together. And I think it definitely says a lot putting some focus there onto the lower portions of the scoreboard. But we're going to be saying goodbye to our national champions, RIT 2-0'd by Oklahoma Christian in the lower semifinals. We look at the bracket, and Oklahoma Christian now moving on for Vincent. It's George Mason, the Patriots, waiting for them in the lower finals. This is going to be a fun one. 2 dark horses in the bracket meeting each other.
And 2 very different dark horses. We'll get to talk about that more when we get to that series. But yeah, I can't wait to see what that is. And with Northwood waiting up in those grand finals, that's a terrifying prospect for whoever actually wins that one. Yeah. Regardless, so it is a travesty to say goodbye to RIT, but a well-drilled Oklahoma Christian team that deserves everything that they've been able to collect for themselves.
For sure, slow and steady, and they just paved their way into those lower finals. One more for Oklahoma Christian, and they're going to be grand finalists versus Northwood. JMU looking to re-stabilize after a loss in their winners finals beating. So we're going to take a little bit of a break and get things set up for our second batch of the night, folks. You're watching the Rally Cry Collegiate Series. We will see you soon.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
Our generation isn't turning away from the world's problems. Watch us fly ahead, rise to every challenge, and overcome anything. Watch us become the next greatest generation.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Rally Cry Collegiate Series presented by the Army National Guard. And it is time to crown ourselves a second grand finalist. And Vincent, I mean, what else can I say other than, two Davids walk into a bar of Goliaths ready to party and have a good time. What they don't know is that they have to fight each other for a shot at that glory for, cementing their name into Collegiate Counter-Strike for the start of the season.
I'll tell you, it's a swap up. I didn't expect it, but I certainly am not opposed. I love to see that GMU have made this run, and I think OC have been spending a lot of time proving themselves, and they've done it once again earlier with RIT. They get to go and try one more time.
Yeah, I think I'm really excited to see what George Mason has done since that loss versus Northwood, knocking them down into the lower bracket. I mean, they made a run, taking down Fisher, forcing the Falcons into the losers bracket. Nobody saw that one coming, and then they move into the grand finals, and we really thought the stocks for this team were through the roof, but they get smoked by the Timberwolves, and now looking to kind of pick themselves back up heading into these lower finals, and once again proving that they deserve to be at the top of Collegiate Counter-Strike. On the other side, though, in Oklahoma, I think we really kind of painted the right picture heading into their game versus RIT. I mean, this is a team that are fairly not so well known in Collegiate CS. Well, now they've defeated the national champions twice, Vincent. You might want to put an asterisk on it. I don't care about asterisks personally. They've done it. And as a team, their confidence couldn't be any higher.
I mean, going off of the back of just that incredible overpass, they didn't quite do as dominant of a showing on Anubis, but they ended up in a similar situation score-wise. I think you're right. The momentum here for this Oklahoma Christian team is incredible. And again, I mean, we've been singing their praises all day, but I think I need to do it one more time, right? Hunter just dominated so consistently, and with Shrony, who I think has been the most fun player to watch probably this entire tournament, like outside of like maybe Tix. I think Shrony has been my favorite player to watch play Counter-Strike.
Oh, I agree. I think, I'm going to take a little bit of a separate seat of this one. I mean, Shrony has been fun to watch, but I've been a big fan of Hunter. I'm a big fan of AWP players in general, and I think Hunter has really brought, I'd say, a really sharp tool to this Oklahoma Christian team, and we got to see it kind of dominate that first matchup, like you were saying. And I think that if anybody is going to have that chance, I mean, you look at George Mason, and this is a team of players who individually, now that they brought down Shipsy, still haven't found their ceiling yet. I mean, you still see George Mason growing, adapting, and changing. And I think that Oklahoma Christian is a good chance for them to really test some changes heading into this lower final.
I couldn't agree more. This is certainly an opportunity, as George Mason have had a couple of them, to again prove the haters wrong, to show what they're made of. And you talked about Hunter, and there was a big talking point in the previous years against RIT, and that was that unfortunately they were missing Proto. That's the main AWP player for RIT, and so there really wasn't anyone to shape up against Hunter. That is not true for George Mason. Sassy has been an important part of this roster, and he was actually one of the it factors I talked about in their matchup against Northwood, that I think I needed to see Sassy kind of find a groove. We didn't see that happen, and I think Sassy has another chance to do that up against Hunter in this matchup against Oklahoma Christian.
It's hard to compare Hunter to Northwood. It's hard to compare anybody to this team, but I totally agree with this one. I think George Mason University, there's a lot from that Northwood game that we didn't get to see, that here versus Oklahoma Christian we need to see. And within this best of three, I mean, I think we have the perfect maps to make this to really test both of these teams in. We're sticking in with that Anubis pick from Oklahoma Christian. George Mason, they want to take us to Mirage, and left over at the end we get that Vertigo if this does go all the way to a map number 3. But George Mason taking that overpass away, do you think that possibly they were studying up on that initial matchup versus RIT, and they decide, okay, we don't want to go to overpass versus this team?
I think that's certainly part of it. But GMU tend to permaban overpass, so I think that they were never, ever going to be trying to play that map. I do think that this is actually interesting for Oklahoma Christian, because GMU like Anubis, meaning that Oklahoma Christian have picked into a strength of GMU as well.
Yeah, so So we start things off at the T side. GMU looking to hit out to A right away, but Shada opening things up with a beautiful shot there onto Buddy. Wheaties doubles down, and GMU, they might get the bomb down, but they are trapped on site. Nowhere to really exit. They have to fight their way out of this one. Sassy looking to come to the rescue of Zoker. It's a 3 versus 2. Made into a 2v2 and somehow a 2v1. Hunter with the dualies. Spots the shoulder of one, swings out to Sassy, but the flash from Shipsy gives them the edge, and GMU, I cannot believe they fought their way back from that.
That was a beautiful round. Barely even had time to get into post plans, but Sassy and Zoker just in the right spots, able to take some space and baiting one shot into another, right? You see Zoker fall back. Everybody else tries to come swing Zoker. And in the meantime, Sassy gets a frag, does the same thing. Pop back around the corner and allow Zoker to get activated. It's just really nice bait and switch. It's basic, but it works.
And sometimes that's all you need here for GMU. A couple of shaky shots from Hunter. Shipsy's going to be able to punish that one with the help of Zoker. Again, the teamwork excelling for George Mason University. And Shrani looking to do some late damage. It's not going to happen. 2 quick rounds from the Patriots.
So we didn't get time really to talk about it, but Zoker is a player that I've had an interesting opinion of throughout this tournament. And that's because Zoker really played incredibly up against Fisher College in a game that I was not expecting to go GMU's way, but then did, much thanks to Zoker's individual performance. And we haven't necessarily seen Zoker step up back to that level yet. But this could be a chance for them to do so. If Zoker is performing like that, then there's the sky's the limit kind of conversation for this GMU team.
Shada under some pressure here. Zoker looking for the refrag there with the help of Crimson. Twigs gets sprayed down as well. It's going to be a 3-on-3 as the bomb goes down, Vincent. And Oklahoma Christian, they do have rifles here, but looks like Satsy wants to get a little bit aggressive on this angle, and I'm not sure if Oklahoma Christian are going to be ready for this one. Just barely off the location of Satsy. He's going to go unchecked, unnoticed, and now GMU looking for the 3rd round on Anubis. Wheaties the only one standing in their way. Put down by the crosshair of Satsy. Perfect placement to take 3 in a row.
6-0 as well from Satsy to start this game out on a lightning quick pace. That's Oklahoma Christian just tagged out of the round. And remember, I want to go back to it. A win condition, I think, for any team up against Oklahoma Christian, especially when OC are on the CT side of Anubis, is just try and deny any possibility of Hunter having it on. They've done that there. Already saying no thank you.
What a shot. Just before the smoke plumes, Twigs loses his head. Frustrating for sure, but GMU just on another level right now at the start of this Anubis so far. It's
so nice to see Crimson, who I'll be honest, is not necessarily the guy you first swing to when it comes to like heavy fragging roles on this Patriot squad. But when you're seeing a guy like him just play with such confidence, it's really fun to watch.
Oh, it is. And I think it just adds another level, another layer to the Patriots that we didn't get to see last week versus Northwood. When these individuals are really shining together, it just seems like GMU are unbeatable. And somebody now, we kind of flip things around from what we were singing back on the RIT Oklahoma game. And now we need somebody on Oklahoma to find a break. So heading into this rifle rounds, you're kind of looking back at the 2 that did it back on Anubis versus RIT. Hunter and Shrani, can they find that zone again, the comfort zone?
Yeah, eyes locked on number 5 on your screen at the top left. It's got the big green. Oh, and it's been felled. It's Sassy on the other side.
We asked for a couple things in the opening of the show, and that is one of them. Patriots just checking off the boxes to success here, and Zoker already has control of E-Box.
This is a pace that GMU, I don't know if they can keep up the entire series, but man, are they just putting OC on notice.
Yeah. They've been studying. They've been watching, I'm sure, that RIT game, figuring out what ticks within this Oklahoma Christian roster. And yeah, they are exposing this one. Wheaties going to re-clear E-Box, and Zoker ready for the fight there. Wheaties goes down. It's all up to Shrony. 0-4 to start this off. Flashes are in. Help soon to arrive. Shrony needs at least 2, and there it is. Twigs able to clean up the rest.
That's job done. Nicely played as Twigs gets out there, and the bomb was rotating over from the A site. Instead, it was heading back towards B, but they're going to just stick it out at A once more. Smoke for heaven. They've got the Molotov as well to deny the swings coming through. The grouping could use a little bit of work, and so they're going to delay even further, but this is giving time for Twigs, who's getting activated on the flank.
Shot up. Played this position exceptionally. Back versus RIT. Didn't get to see it pay off into a round win, but with Twigs in position, they could expose Buddy. 36 HP now has an exit strategy, and the time going to be in favor of GMU, knowing that there is no kit for Shada. Taps it, looking to bait. Shada trying to take this fight a little bit early. The Shadow not giving it away. Buddy swings further out, takes the battle, takes the round.
And catches Shada as they're jumping up. So catching them in the air gets the shot off here and there, but it's just not enough. Despite Shrony heroics from the back of the site. Well played 2-on-2. The GMU, honestly, a little fortunate that they were able to pull that off with the jump timing, but still, you'll take those every single day, and it's back onto the eco for OC.
Okay, so we're seeing trading. We're seeing the AWP of Sassy really stepping up to put Hunter in his place. And not only that, these initial duels just being flat out won by George Mason. Again, I mean, it's just a recipe to success versus Oklahoma Christian. A lot of the things in the pregame that we were looking for are very present now in the map.
And what's so fun to see, I think, for GMU, you know, there was a couple of talking points, a couple of individuals that I brought up, you know, and part of that is you can't talk about everybody necessarily, but it's everybody right now that seems to be firing on all cylinders for GMU. Early days, don't get me wrong, not calling it by any means, but what I am saying is that when you have everybody having their moment, you know, Buddy with that 1v1, we saw Crimson jumping through and getting some big value out of a MAC 10 on the first gun round to bonus it out. All of those things added up together just boost the confidence even further.
It's not only that, it maybe even false sense of security after beating RIT, a team that definitely wasn't at full strength for that game. And I think Oklahoma Christian may have just came a little bit too hot out the gates versus GMU, not expecting to struggle the way that they are. So I think that this is a quick lesson. I think GMU are a new beast that Oklahoma Christian need to prepare for. And luckily they're taking a timeout now because they're going to have a rifle round to play with. And this is a much needed round for them.
Another AWP duel as well. Hunter's got one, so does Sassy, who I might have yet to die, actually. I don't know.
Oh, because it came down to the 1v1 for Buddy.
Oh, that's true. You're absolutely right. It was like 7-0 at one point, though. With Sassy.
Impressive.
You're going to slow the pace down a little bit. Not that they've been incredibly quick every round, but this is much more of a default than we've seen from them just yet. And it's Oklahoma Christian kind of feeling very RIT-like in the fact that they are playing very passive. Their only aggressive positioning is the AWP out mid. And it's currently it's covered off by a smoke, and they're just peeking into Canal, hoping to catch someone, but nobody available.
No, not at all. Minute 5. Still a very default-esque setup for GMU. Endgame not located just yet, I would say. Still time to rotate things out, but time is growing closer and closer to when they need to execute. And the bomb is going to be picked up to the spawn. They're rotating back over towards B. A little bit of pressure out towards Market. Zoker and Buddy are going to look for an opening. Well, the bomb is making this wrap, so it's going to be up to Oklahoma to try to shut this one down. Shada going to toss a flash over towards Twigs. Looking to play this one together. Smoke goes down. Twigs set up. Here's the flash. Pop, swing, Shada finds Buddy, looking for two, spots Zoker, but here come the Patriots to look to enter back. Twigs, the backup, Sassy breaks on through, and the reinforcements have arrived. Hunter in the back of sight, but what they don't know is Crimson is lurking.
Big miss there from Hunter. Needed to connect to equalize things and keep this into a 2-on-2.
Hunter makes it so, but look at this aggression from Shipsy. Set up in such an off angle. I don't know how you read that if you're Hunter. It's all up to Wheaties. Smoke gonna be laid down. Shipsy is playing perfectly in the round. A flawless 7-0 on the T side of Anubis, and GMU are making rarely any mistakes.
GMU just seemed so prepared for everything in that round. Even though the flash play goes right. Look at this. They're both blind. I mean, it's a great shot as well from Shada to connect, and Shada plays it patiently. But Zoker is just trying to make the moves to go back towards sight. Knows the win condition is to clear out that player who was looking to play the bait. I don't know how they were aware, which was just a good read. But whatever it was phenomenal.
The jump shot from Satsy. Still only a lag, but the damage alone is insane. The control being shown. Twigs brings out the scout. A tag onto Crimson, but barely escaping with 44 health.
I mean, numbers-wise, he'll take that trade, but yeah, it's unfortunate. Bigger problem is you've given up a lot of mid-area control back to the T's at the moment. And again, GMU, very methodical. The way they've approached this default has really impressed me.
Shawnee's going to re-clear it.
I thought it was just one here.
No flash out. The dry swing from Shrani.
What flash? There isn't any.
No help. No chance. And GMU again, they just break on in.
Remember last round, it was the late lurk from Crimson coming through mid. He was solo in that position. This time the re-clear, OC probably hoping to find just the one man. Instead, they catch two. Not that they even had the chance to see the second player. Their head was ripped off as they came around the double door. It's an 8-round deficit for Oklahoma Christian on their map pick.
And in the green room, I mean, we were kind of talking about this for RAT and Oklahoma. We were at the understanding that, you know, whoever won that match is more than likely going to have the edge heading into this game versus GMU. Again, we doubted GMU, and are we shocked that they're proving us wrong? Me personally, no, I am not. So, Oklahoma Christian reeling on back. Hunter with the op, not able to find a second one, but Twigs, one of his own, another 1-for-1 trade. Zoker gets the refrag and numbers for GMU to get this bomb planted.
That was incredible from Shitzy right there. Gets around the corner, able to get the trade onto the rifler. It was another bait situation. The op making contact and the rifle coming back in, but Shipsy gets them both.
Oklahoma Christian, they need this round, but so nervous about the positionings here of GMU. Wheaties has no clue what to do. 9 rounds in a row. Anubis, a statement being made on the map. The Patriots quickly trying to re-salvage themselves into a championship position. They're trying to get that date with Northwood as quick as possible.
It really does, I think, beg the question, right? They knew GMU were strong on this map. And they bet on themselves, which, listen, I can respect that. Every player with confidence is going to bet on themselves in these types of scenarios, but it's not currently looking like a wise decision at the moment.
Really not. GMU, they thought about it. They said, nah, I'd win. Here they are. Wheaties gonna be spotted. A little bit of blood squirting out the smoke, and I think Zoker are able to locate that one. And as one Wheaties falls, Shrani looks to take his place.
Yeah, But look at how spread out GMU are. It's not as if this is a timing that they've been able to catch. It's everybody's still watching and waiting for any reaggression. That falls at mid, and then the B site falls thereafter.
You think it's bad that, you know, Oklahoma Christian are losing these fights to Rifles? Shada walks up mid to take the fight versus Satsy's op. And Sassy gives him the time of day for the Deagle fight and wins it. So
Another double up for Oklahoma Christian. I mean, I just got done saying this is a good adjustment often on the CT side. It can be difficult to run into an EWP. Here's that take that I pointed out in their RIT game towards B main. Wheaties gets info that nobody's there, and then is going to fall back away.
And Shada finally showing some aggression into Market. It's going to be first blood, seconded for off of Hunter. The double up present in the round. Still not going to dissuade GMU of battling this one out. They're going to drop the smoke out, but Hunter beats it. 2v4.
And that's why that double up can be so good. You make contact over at the A site, see the AWP, and try to answer back with some mid control and run into another AWP, the form of Hunter. Great follow-up as well. That's put GMU finally in a disadvantaged position. It feels like the first time I've even said that. They brought it back before. Remember the pistol round.
To this
45
extent,
seconds.
to this caliber of a team, it's a different story. The double ops, they prevail, Vincent.
All five.
All 5 kills between the two. It's a full house. On the ops, place your bets. And
Here's the question, though. Is that too little too late? I mean, 10 rounds before Oklahoma Christian could even respond to the Patriots.
what I was kind of leading into is that, you know, 6 rounds on the CT side of Anubis versus RIT, that's one thing, but versus GMU, this full roster ready to stake its name in Counter-Strike Collegiate side, that's another one. Shada, you need a second one here. Still fighting for his life. Enough time that Twigs has entered the chat, but a quick exit, and Satsy's looking for more.
Oh, they didn't get the bomb down. That nade from the grave from Hunter. That's exactly what you needed. And with Zoker low, Satsy's got a lot of pressure on him. Both of these CTs coming to the same angle.
Satsy's looking the wrong way. Smoke's gonna go down, so everything's isolated, but again, split between where to look, and Shrani gets all the timing Oklahoma Christian need to finish this half at a 10-2 deficit.
I mean, yeah, as fantastic as it is to see a round coming OC's way, I mean, it's one of just 2 that they pick up there at the very end. Can barely even call that a momentum swing, considering the utter domination that GMU put together in their first 10 rounds. Suffice to say, the pistol round is a requirement here for Oklahoma Christian. And
Yeah,
what
I'd
is it
say
that
so.
saves the day? It's their AWP, once again.
I do want to say, too, I took a little bit of a quick glance at that scoreboard, and Hunter and Shot are having a fantastic game so far. I mean, just enough for, you know, the scoreline. It really reflects that everybody is struggling, but in the grand scheme of things, the best so far have been Hunter and Shada in their moments. 1-12 now.
What?
For Wheaties. Zoker, what an incredible fadeaway shot there, buddy. Looking for a second one. Everybody trying to run and get this bomb down, and it looks like Wheaties and Shada have given the edge over. Zoker, no way. Dancing around the pillar. Sassy has arrived. 2v2, now a 1v1, and running away. Shada barely has any health. 50 for Zoker. The time just ticking. No kit. Shada has the win condition. He just needs to play with this one. Zoker on the hunt, struggling to locate this kill. Shada, an incredible round.
Oh my goodness. It's so good from Zoker until the very end. He just needs a single bullet, but I don't think he got the calm that he was low. Look at this from Zoker. Gets the kill at mid, and it's still fighting with the support of Satsy. Gets the fantastic trade, but it's Shada to close the round on just a couple of health, 18 HP. One bullet was all that was required for Zoker, but OC stay alive.
That makes things interesting now, Vincent. It's the T
Sure
side of
does.
Anubis, so I won't count Oklahoma Christian out. I know this team has what it takes to make a comeback like this. It's not going to be easy versus GMU, but it's possible.
Absolutely is. GMU, though, this is one of the things I really enjoy about this GMU team. I feel like they play the numbers very well, and what I mean by that is they have rounds to play with, and a lot of teams, I think, their mindset is we have rounds to play with, so let's keep the pressure up. GMU just going to keep it passive and make sure they can get the gun round out as quickly as possible. Let's go this round.
So quiet, he gets two. Highway robbery. Fortunately not able to get the rifle, but I think the damage is enough.
Twigs is hearing all of this. Knows that the rotations are coming.
And it's fish in a barrel. Sassy won't be able to get away. So Zoker, the initial damage is fantastic, but the response from Oklahoma Christian, one better. They get three. And now the B side is open for a plant. Zoker not going to be able to find a third into the round. It's Twigs completely turning this round into an Oklahoma Christian win.
Yeah, it's up against Nico, but just continue to keep your head on the swivel. That's the plan, and that's exactly what Twigs has done. We'll see. They'll stay alive for the moment. Don't know that we're going to see an AWP, though. I don't think there's catch for it for Oklahoma Christian. Not with the damage done in this round.
I think it's Twigs actually hunting that kill into Sassy that completely turns that round. If they went into A, that could have been a round loss. The way that Zoker was shooting.
Yeah, or Twigs just allowing for Sassy to get away with the dig.
For mid, the Canals, Crimson doesn't want to overstay his welcome. GMU looking to play their life.
How does this GMU have like the most utility into this round? They've already used the vast majority of it in the first 35 seconds.
Can't say the same about Oklahoma Christian.
Well, I mean, they have more, but honestly, they're not exactly overflowing with it either. Looking like it's maybe a B hit.
That's even more utility gone for Oklahoma Christian on this site execute. So
Should have everything they need, though. 2 mollies, 2 smokes, and a couple flashes.
The kills. Kills is what's going to be the troublesome part. Buddy on such an aggressive spot through pillars, just trying to look for the opening kill. Shana hunts it down. Zoker through the pillar. Nice trades out and has Crimson on his wing. Smoke being thrown down. Is it enough to give him the space? Wheaty's looking to at least track down these members, and he will. A kill onto Zoker. Allows an avenue in for Hunter, and that's the bomb planted. 2v3.
Got smokes to contend with in these choke points, though, and they'll have to wait them out. First issue is Wheaty's on the back of the site. As soon as contact is made, see Hunter ready to swing.
Hunter has a molly. No kits for GMU. It's all down to the contact here. Kit now recovered from Shipsy, and suddenly this is a possibility. Both members in E-Box side by side. Time ticking away. Sassy brings it into a 1v1, but Hunter just needs to play the clock. Not sure if there's enough time, Vincent. It's going to be close.
Oh, he got a kit. He picked up a kit from somewhere I didn't see.
It was on Shipsy's body.
That's massive. I didn't notice that he got the kit. Yeah, plenty of time with it. Another phenomenal play from Sassy. The buddy going down early. It's brought back by Zoker and Crimson, but getting a 2-on-3, man disadvantage, and Sassy put into the clutch. Delivers for the Patriots.
The communication there from Shipsy to say, I got a kit. I got a kit. Run. It's just enough time.
Gotten it close. And here's the rebuy from Oklahoma Christian. If they lose this round, all their money is going to be pretty poor.
all in to stop GMU from getting to map point. As they're going to relayer smoke to be main. HG's going to open it up. Twigs finds Buddy. And now looks like Oklahoma Christian, they just want to run up the game. The pressure is down. And they have found the necessary trades, though low HP, and Satsi is already working that flank through Canal. 2v3. Oklahoma Christian are stuck on site. Wheaties, no chance to get this bomb planted, but they have got onto the other side, so it's giving an idea to GMU that possibly Oklahoma Christian could be flanking through the spawn, and that is not the case.
Just take the extra time. I think this is the right play from GMU. Yes, they lose some positioning, lose some space, but they also ensure that they're going to be able to play together.
Combined 59 HP between Wheaties and Solo. Enough for an HE to get rid of these players, and it's all down to the trades. Wheaties finds one. Shana gonna be located through the smoke, and Satsi does it again. The clutch towards the end. Zoker feeling confident in his teammate. 12 rounds on Anubis. GMU looking to strike first in the lower finals.
That they are, and with OC's map pick as well, I can't justify this, but it feels like GMU, they've come into this game and decided that they were going to win. That's the posture.
Yeah.
That's the confidence that they're currently playing with. It's hard to contend with, and we're seeing how difficult that is for Oklahoma Christian. At the very least, the money situation not as bad as it could be. With the bomb plant, they'll have rifles.
I mean, these are two teams that have really impressed us up into the lower finals. GMU with the run through their winners bracket. Oklahoma Christian, their run through the lower bracket. But even still, when it comes down to the intangibles, these are two very different teams. And Oklahoma Christian still have a lot to prove. Buddy going to strike first into the potential last round. It's going to send Hunter reeling away from the site, trying to get back to the team. And GMU stacked up B. Zoker, a second one onto Twigs through mid. Dominoes, Vincent. Dominoes, it looks like, for Oklahoma Christian. Can they break through into A? The reinforcements looking to be here. Zoker has the backup towards Shipsy, but Shipsy's still with an MP9 running right back in. Looking to put things away, and it will. Anubis going to GMU. They steal Oklahoma's map pick.
13-4 as well. We knew GMU were strong on Anubis, and honestly, I didn't hate the idea of OC just going and trying to take the fight to them. That's, in my opinion, not a bad play, but man, did it turn around immediately. And I think that the first couple of rounds really helped set the tone for GMU. Once those first couple of rounds go their way, they took off and never stopped, not looking back for a second.
And Vincent, you know, a couple of questions that we had for this GMU team is they fell flat on their faces last week versus Northwood. And heading into today, we were wondering which version of this team were we going to see. And we've seen that super confident GMU team that got them into those winners finals. And I think they have definitely looked like a team that has done their homework heading into this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like I didn't really notice anything where it was like a counter strat or anything. That may have been the case, but it certainly seemed to me like the calls were near flawless on the T side for GMU. That doesn't happen by accident. The timing on when to activate a lurk was great, and their individual moments were phenomenal as well. I don't know that there was a way GMU playing this well with the individuals. I mean, we'll get to Zoker in a second, playing like they did. I don't feel like GMU could lose this map.
No, I agree with you fully, and it's hard to really give a comparison to GMU versus Oklahoma Christian when, you know, Oklahoma Christian, they defeated Northwood on this map, but Northwood, they banned out Anubis, forces GMU inside of those winners finals. And I think Oklahoma Christian, they thought that this was a really good map to have in their arsenal, and it has been up until this moment. I think this GMU team, they almost look angry. They almost look like they are trying to will themselves to the finish line as best as they can. And
I think they
like
got
that.
something to prove.
I think you're exactly right in saying that they have something to prove, and they kind of, I think, went into this game with a heavy heart, and now look at them coming into it 13-4. That is a statement in the lower finals.
I don't think these stats are right.
I don't think these stats are right either for GMU.
I think damage numbers might be accurate, but everything else I don't think is correct. What I do know though is I think it's time, regardless of stat lines, to talk about Zoker, because he was a guy that I talked about on the pre-show, Seymour. I said if Zoker can play like he did in the Fisher series, for example, and we see our expectations met for everybody else on this GMU team, the sky is the limit, and he did it once again. I mean, Zoker's consistency here was simply absurd. It had such high impact, and it starts on the pistol round, right? It's Sassy and Zoker, the two that we were talking about, both picking up double kills towards the very end, and a 2-on-4 to close that out and pick up the victory. That's how the game started. So
yeah.
With such a strong start, as I said, GMU just never looked back.
And it's not even that. There's a couple of individual moments from the rest of the team, too. I mean, Crimson looking a lot better in those initial duels that we saw through mid. Buddy, a huge one-on-one clutch, and I think it was round 6 to continue to keep GMU flawless in those early games. And on top of that, Sassy, the op duel versus Hunter, dominating in that instance. And I think you could just look at this whole GMU team. Like I said, they checked off every single box that we needed from them to take down Oklahoma Christian on their map choice. And you couldn't have asked for a better start to this series if you are a GMU fan. If you are an Oklahoma Christian fan, though, you're feeling a little bit bad after that map doesn't go your way, Vincent, especially after the way that we saw them play versus RIT.
Yeah, I think that OC not out of this yet. It would be crazy to suggest that, but going to another GMU Classic of Mirage coming up next, that does create a lot of concern for me, especially considering I think that OC, as much as they're a strong team, I think when you have such experience, you come into a lot of games with an attitude of we should be winning, we are better, right?
Yeah.
And that can win you games on its own. Seriously, I talk about how important it is to be not in your own head and just be like, I am the better player, I'll swing and I'll win. That wins you games, but it can also do the opposite. And I think there's a possibility that OC, we're experiencing some of that, especially late into this game. They're going to have to take away some of those thoughts and feelings if they want to have any impact on Mirage.
Yeah, they're going to have to collect themselves as they head to a break between these maps. We're going to get set up with Mirage, everybody, and Vincent and I, we're going to take a step back as well. And when we return, map number 2 of the lower finals here in the Rally Cry Collegiate Series. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be a fun one.
Our generation has a choice. Turn away from the world's problems or chase them down. We refuse to sit back and watch them pass us by. Watch us fly ahead. Rise to every challenge and overcome anything. Watch us become the next greatest generation.
People want to define Gen Z, but that's our job.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I put out a forest fire. I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives.
And led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Rally Cry Collegiate Series Counter-Strike 2 event presented by the Army National Guard. My name is Seymour. With me is Vincent. And my God, did we have a banger in a game one. If you're a fan of George Mason University, they came out swinging 13-4, taking down Oklahoma Christian on their map of choice. And that's going to be taking us into Mirage for a map number 2. And Vincent, a little bit worried here for Oklahoma Christian because Mirage, it's a map that we have seen a lot of history from George Mason on.
Yeah, I mean, they've been willing to play it against the best of the best. They beat Fisher on it. They played Northwood on it back in the upper finals where, I mean, they did get beat pretty handedly, but again, willing to play it against the very best. And Oklahoma Christian have never been scared of Mirage. They've led it through pretty much every series when it comes to their first bans, but it's not been something they have really felt comfortable on. And with GMU playing as well as they have in that last map, I think that OC, as I said before, really have to worry about just resetting the mental and getting right back in here. They need to play less reactionary. They need to try and take GMU at the earliest stage possible, right? Not allow them to just wait and play their own game.
And we've put a lot of focus on GMU heading into this second map and how good they looked back in that Anubis. But I want to take some positives away from Oklahoma Christian today because versus RIT, albeit, I mean, we can put an asterisk on that game with the substitutes on RIT's team and that they just weren't playing at full strength versus this Oklahoma Christian team. But Oklahoma Christian, they were still ahead of the curve at every turn within that series. And you had a great series out of Shrani and Hunter. I think you need to see a little bit more out of them heading into this Mirage map, especially Hunter, in consideration for the talking point of that AWP. Sassy really dominant in that AWP battle back on Anubis, and it's going to be a present talking point here in map 2.
Yeah, and here's what is, if you're a fan of Oklahoma Christian, is probably good news for you. Because, number one, I think that the biggest issue was Hunter not being able to shape up against Sassy, but Shroni was doing things the same as we've seen all day, picking up double kills where maybe just one would typically be all that's reasonable or possible, was in good positions. That was still happening. It was just a really good game out of George Mason that really helped deny that. But looking at Mirage, how much of an op-centric map it can be, South Sea has Hunter's number.
Oh, yeah.
And that's got to change.
I mean, his number, he's calling it every round. He's saying goodbye, we'll see you next round. It's just, you can't catch a break in that Anubis if you were Oklahoma Christian. It's present when it looks at the score line, and I think you making the point and saying that through the break, you just have to wipe that out of your minds if you are Oklahoma Christian. That is for sure the case. Heading into this Mirage, you just have to forget about it and play your game. And I think when we can take some positives away from Oklahoma Christian, their game has looked good today versus RIT. It comes down to a lot of the play calling though, Vincent, on top of that. And I think you need to look towards the IGL here of Oklahoma Christian to start, calling some better initial executes towards the round. Make sure that you're not losing your lives too early here on Mirage, because Mirage is a snowball map. I've seen very often that if you lose those initial fights, if you take too much damage early on and give up the space, it's hard to retake those sites.
It really can be, and especially mid. I mean, if you're not fighting for mid early, or if you are fighting for mid early, you lose a lot of your utility and don't end up winning that fight overall. It's really hard to retake that area. And I mean, it goes back to the AWP as well. Again, looking at Zoker though, who's the in-game leader for GMU, I think we haven't really given him enough credit. I mean, he called a phenomenal T side.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I said it multiple times throughout Anubis that it just seems like the right reads, the right calls are coming through every single time, and that's usually going to be your in-game leader who not only was calling well but playing well in the form of Zoker. So I mean, if Zoker continues to do that, we've already seen some incredible Mirage gameplay from him. I think there's a world where we wave goodbye to OC in 2-0 fashion, and that's not something I expected to be saying.
Yeah, so we got to see some magic out of this team, Vincent. And Vertigo map 3, you know me, I am a fan of Vertigo. I love casting it, I love watching it, and I think that it's definitely something that needs to be talked about, that if we do get to that vertigo, I think Oklahoma has a little bit of a chance, being that vertigo is a little bit more of a toss-up in the air for a lot of these matches. We haven't seen a lot of vertigo get played here in this collegiate series, so who knows what to expect if it does go to that map 3, especially if Oklahoma Christian can steal away the map pick of GMU. So this Mirage, it's really important for Oklahoma Christian. I wouldn't even say to just win this map. They need to win it and make sure that is a clean win, because heading against that vertigo, you don't want to leave anything up to kind of chance that GMU are still fighting against the odds. So heading into this map number 2 for Mirage, it seems like we're still trying to get these players into the lobby. We're going to step back for a quick little break, get these players into the server, and we hope to be back with it in no time at all, folks. So stay tuned. We're watching the Rally Cry Collegiate Series. We'll see you on the other side. Welcome back, everybody, to the lower finals of our Rally Cry Collegiate Series 4 CS2, presented by the Army National Guard. Once again, my name is Seymour. With me is Vincent, and it has been a long road, Vincent, to get to the lower finals. I will say both Oklahoma Christian and GMU deserve a spot in this area. I mean, definitely Oklahoma Christian with the lower bracket run that they've put together, but GMU, this is a team that for some reason I can't stop doubting, and they can't stop proving me wrong.
I mean, I know why I have doubts. I think that what my doubts have been somewhat fair, but GMU, they go up against teams that on paper have like more firepower and can just, again, based on experience, could just outshoot them, and then they come in and they dominate, or they come in and they call a great game. I just got to, tip of the hat, right? They just consistently pull out all of the stops when they need it most.
I think I just got to stop doubting them personally. Like, this is a team that they have definitely made their waves. So here into Mirage, they're looking to go 2-0 against Oklahoma Christian, and they group up on the T side, and they execute near flawlessly to take down the first. But Shrani, okay, hello. Lovely shots there with the USP. Shipsy bringing it into a 1v1 at range. Satsi. Oh, the shots onto Twigs, Vincent there. Oklahoma Christian, no, GMU there. The names are flipped. Opening up with the pistol.
What an absurd round. Let me just take you through that for a second. Love the pistol call. You really rarely see a split A kind of call through underpass on the pistol round. Like that a lot, but Shroni gets left unchecked. He picks up a triple kill and the wherewithal to be able to bring this back and find the trades. Satsi especially lucky to be living up top on the balcony. I don't know how he survived against two players for so long, but he does, and getting the trade frag at the end of the day, precisely what was required. Is the Patriots going to deal with a 5 mid push?
That's back-to-back pistol rounds, too, where it comes down to a 1v1, just both teams trading it out. Last time, it was Oklahoma Christian that walked out on top. This time, GMU, they win it. They're going to be able to start that map off with a little bit of a lead, but I think you look to Oklahoma Christian this time as they give up these couple of rounds that, unlike last map on Anubis, they cannot afford to give up seven unanswered rounds to start off this map. You need to see a little bit of a resurgence from Oklahoma Christian sooner.
Seymour, they couldn't afford it on Anubis. they were flat broke there too, but they certainly can't afford to continue to allow that to happen, I would agree. And it's this AWP that we've been talking about a lot. It doesn't make the connection, and holy fast, GMU are up cat.
Yeah, they're trying to hit B and hit it together. Wheaties not alone. Twigs is here, but will they be able to piece them apart? They do. Wheaties gets 2. Hunter has helped them out from Market, and Twigs just tucked away unnoticed. It's Oklahoma Christian bouncing back right away.
Yeah, nice hold there as well. Just waiting up on top of balcony, just chilling, waiting for the right time for Twigs to pull the trigger. When everybody turns around, that's what allows the timing where Zoker is swinging a little bit later onto the player taking the shots at the cat push. And it's another very early decision for GMU, looking to be an A hit by the look of things, but that's a nice smoke. I don't know where that was even tossed from. It's deep ramp smoke that immediately alerts GMU to this potential play.
Yeah, it's aggression from Shada and Shrani. Both. They're going to re-layer the smoke, looked it back up, expecting something to push on L. You saw the Molotov was at the ready, but they don't know. Going to open up, the Molotov thrown down. Shrani looking to do some early damage in a whale. This HE is going to be chunky, and look at the damage done to these players. Still, GMU trying to fight their way out. The shots are good, at least onto a couple, but the kills just not there. Shada's going to put it away, and we are tied on Mirage.
Now, this is interesting because that looks to me like GMU were counter-stratted right there. I mean, you can't say for sure, but OC called the perfect strategy. That early smoke, and there's 4 players that were committed towards A early, then 3 late. I don't know, but GMU were entirely read like a book.
Oh, yeah. And Vincent, I say it a lot when I'm looking at collegiate esports, not only in Counter-Strike, but across multiple different titles. But these are college teams. These are students. And you expect them to do their homework into a lot of these VODs. I think it's not only expected from the programs themselves in putting together these teams for these members to do their individual review heading into matches or after losses, but when you really get to see players kind of go above and beyond and put that together, you get rounds like this from Oklahoma Christian.
Whatever it was, I mean, phenomenal call. Off the back of that, they've tied the game up and into an eco for the Patriots, where they have not much to work with. Palace Pop seems to be the plan of action. Yeah, there's the flash coming out from mid, and they're going to jump out the smoke. Plan here is to try to get a plant down, and that's not going to be happening.
No, Twigs plays it perfectly, playing counter to the flash up from Zilker, and it's just fish in a barrel. GMU, not much you could do in this round in particular. Oklahoma Christian, they know that. They know they have the advantage in money, Vincent, so this is going to be an easy cleanup. Zilker, not much you can really take away from this at this point here. Twigs is going to clean it up. I think that's 4 kills in the round out of Twigs, so padding his stats up to 6 and 3. But now we get a rightful round for GMU as they're going to look to even this back up.
Here's where I want to look at GMU's approach to this next round, because, I mean, both in the first gun round and in the second gun round, they essentially got red. I mean, their mid take, that's not so crazy. You expect that, but fast rotation, the decision making for Oklahoma Christian to get back over towards B was fantastic, and of course a ramp take.
Hyper fixation from Oklahoma Christian at controlling a ramp has led to so much dominance in these 3 rounds that they've put together. So GMU, they need to find a different way to battle this, an adaptation, because they've hit B, they failed, they've hit A, they failed. Since these rifles got in the hands of the Eagles, not really much to do here. And look at the aggression here from Shronny. Crimson has no idea.
Crimson was just trying to find a timing to get out there. Hunter hasn't spotted anything, but this is a lot of control for the Patriots at the same time. They have all of mid. Trying to parlay this into an actual site take, I think it's going to be a little bit more difficult, considering that they're just now about to collect the bomb and they need to re-clear apartments. But Zoker once again finds himself in a linchpin position. He's there to cut off rotations and or find a free opening pick, and it's him who's going to get picked off.
It's the second one from Oklahoma Christian within this round. It's going to leave GMU a little bit high and dry for this execute. They're running out of utility. Just one last flash. They jump out. It doesn't block off Hunter. Able to just pick them out of the sky. A flawless round from Oklahoma Christian. An incredible hold of the map.
Nicely done as well from Hunter, being hyper aware. As much as it's fine to give up mid, sometimes you can really allow yourselves some positioning to go unnoticed. That's not the case here for OC. Hunter ready and waiting for the push up and through, knowing that GMU, they like to get into mid early and then try and work from there. We saw it in the pistol. We saw it in that last round. And once again, preparation for OC.
Down. Zoker's actually going to get through this one, and Wheaties is going to be in trouble. These are Tech 9s rushing at you, so going to take these fights with caution, and in turn, dust settles. A couple rifles recovered. Lots of damage done. The Molotov.
Shroney.
Bomb gets down, but Shroney's here on the flank, like you said. Up and over. No idea. Shroney's going to behead Zoker, and Chipsy stuck between a rock and a hard place, nowhere to go. Gonna look to fight his way through this round with the time ticking away. You have kits on both Shroney and Shada, so they can take their sweet time in getting rid of this player. Shipsy's gonna get found out. Nice shots there from Shada. 5 rounds for Oklahoma Christian.
How swift does Shroney get into that position? It's just instantaneously. I mean, the bomb doesn't even go down, and he's ready to take the fight. At the end of the day, though, an eco round that does take out an op from the hands of Hunter. I think it could have been recovered. I don't know if it did, but plus the bomb plant. Call that a victory overall. Regardless of the recovery, Hunter has it in his hands once again, and I think based on the money, he was able to get that recovered. GMU yet to win a gun round, Seymour.
Yeah. It's been 2 rounds in a row, then 5 rounds in a row. So where do they claw their way back? I think we can start talking about this dominance that we've got from a lot of the individuals from Oklahoma Christian.
GMU are creeping out A. They've got a great timing. Nobody spotted this at all.
But the passive from Oklahoma Christian, this is what they're planning on. The trap is set. And I think GMU are taking the bait.
I think GMU are setting a trap of their own, waiting for them to get re-aggressive and look for these angles, trying to re-clear.
Well, here it is, Shrani on an island. Stop Soaker from getting in position. The re-clear from mid as well, buddy. Things got close. Lots of damage there, but the bomb looking to reach the site.
All up and over, though. Fortunate to walk out of that alive again. Like you said, the bomb, though, it's ages away.
So far.
As much as these smokes are great, they cover things up. You can't be allowed to just spam through uncontested, and that's what OC are doing.
Vincent, the bomb was at B.
I was dropped in a typically neutral position over towards steps, and yeah, it's so far away.
Crimson has to rally back towards his teammate. 46 HP, 49 HP, and they're going to have to re-clear the site now that Buddy has looked to take some space through jungle. The Crimson's going to throw the Molotov. No idea. Twigs has walked up, and it's all down to Buddy this round. It's falling apart. GMU, a strong start, but they fall flat.
Oh, what an unfortunate giveaway. That's a massive mistake there from GMU. And it goes to show that their plan was not to hit A from the rip. They definitely were just lurking out, trying to bait out some sort of response and catch a timing. And when they found themselves on the site, they were realizing we don't have the bomb. Don't have anything.
It's a round you'd love to win if you're GMU. I mean, that near flawless execution. If the bomb was close, you get that plant down, it's a totally different story.
Entirely.
Oklahoma Christian just looking to solidify things on Mirage. Hunter starting to find his groove with the op. It's another double kill in the round. Looking for 3. Swipes away with Sassy. Now possibly for the ace. They're going to re-clear through connector with that smoke down.
GMU thought they could do the same thing they did last round once again. Not realizing that, well, the AWP was in position to handle anybody walking out Tetris.
It's a 2v4. I don't think Buddy did see him exactly. Shipsy's going to clear this without the knowledge, and Buddy's going to have to go big. 1v4 turned into a 1v3, Vincent. And take a look at all the space that Shada has over towards Palace. There's nowhere to go right now if you're Buddy.
Oh, the timing is crazy there for Hunter on the reswing.
He's going to get into the site.
Yeah, but like you said, Shada in the right position. And once the information is gained, that's when Hunter can swing wider and get the confirmation. What's so crazy about that setup as well is that GMU, until that moment, didn't even know that Shada had pushed aggressively into Palace, that they had positioning there. That's part of why Hunter can play the off angle towards default instead. Yeah, if he misses a shot, it's a problem, but as long as they've got control of Palace there, it's such a good angle to work with. It's not from this round, the previous. But here we go. Yeah, this position from Hunter, typically you can't be playing so aggressive there because of Palace, but they have Shada hanging up in there from the very beginning of the round.
I mean, I don't know what to say, Vincent. We head to Anubis, the map pick of Oklahoma Christian, after picking apart RIT, you know, it wasn't the most comfortable map, but a win's a win there. And they get dismantled. Heading into Mirage, the map pick of GMU, we thought it was going to be somewhat the same talking point, but it has not been at all. Oklahoma Christian, I mean, they are stepping up in numerous ways. Individually, together, it doesn't matter. They're just getting it done.
Nice adjustment from Southsea. A couple of these Deegs have done some damage, at least this round. When Trony's I think he's just been locked out. Little timing where they head up connector and then get into jungle without Trony having any idea. He's jumped down, and Buddy's heard this.
I think they...
Yeah, Buddy heard the jump out of the window.
Tech 9. Wow, Wheaties. He's not going to play with that. Thought maybe there was some timing to the player from, you know, B that rotated out of jungle, but Wheaties has been very diligent in this round.
I mean, there was a timing. Wheaties just, like you said, good anticipation. Not finding anybody over towards A, and another little setup early round for the push up through Palace, making it clear that for GMU, this space isn't theirs. They're going to have to fight for it if they want to keep taking that. Double up.
Now, 8 rounds in a row, and they're still changing things up for Oklahoma Christian. I mean, that is incredible. Double up setup now. And GMU, to read this, they have to be looking in the 4th dimension.
I mean, the irony being that they've yet to actually play the op from this position as well. It's been in a different spot every round.
Shada. So now they know it should be a double up setup. Still going to rush onto site, looking to battle out versus these rifles, though Shrani keeping them trapped in the sight lines of this AWP. Twigs walks through the smoke. Crimson shot in the side of the head by Wheaties. 9 rounds in a row for Oklahoma Christian. These players, again, the defensive side, the CT side of Mirage, just home to the confidence of the Eagles.
I mean, look at the frag count as well for GMU. I don't think anybody's over 5. And they won the opening 2 rounds of this game.
Chipsy had 6.
Oh, did it?
It's not better, though.
Yeah. Small difference, sure, but I think you're starting to see the cracks in GMU. That last round, trying to take a fight. The bomb is going towards jungle on an island, just trying to take a fight early to the stairs player.
Oh. Buddy's on 2 health. And they haven't even looked at a site.
The utility has been commanding.
With the timing. Zoker shoots Shrani in the back. That's the opening pick of the round. Shot for the trade. And now Twigs set up to hopefully douse the flames of this connector. Hit Shipsy. Looking for timing of his own. Hunter going to be watching over Wheaties for this cross. Shada, eyes peeled over towards connector. Shipsy now looking to make this play. Wheaties walks into the apps, and he's going to meet his demise there. Hunter has to look to stop this plant. The op at the ready, and it does its job.
2 ops, 2 rifles on the other side. And so separated are the Patriots. Sassy hanging out in connector. The op now rotating down through underpass to join. 30 seconds. They're going to have to pick up the pace here in a second.
Buddy with 2 HP. To win this round, I mean, that is a Hail Mary of a shot, but Satsy, 73 health, full armor. If this bomb gets planted, it's possible. So here we go. Nothing for Hunter to really stop this. The smoke, the HE actually going to be tossed down by Shada, and that's going to get rid of Buddy. Bomb is planted. Satsy in the 1v2. Double ops. No, it's actually Hunter drops over to the M4. So rifle and an op looking to dethrone this member. Sassy gonna have to play this one tight. Swinging out as Hunter. 1v1. The op of Shada. Kit as well in the back pocket. Everything for Shada to win this round. The time, though, it is draining. Satsy waiting for the tap, playing it to perfection. And as soon as the tap is heard, Satsy secures a third.
There we go. The Patriots bookending the half with round victories, few as they may be. And props to OC, because they know that GMU, they really like to play towards mid. And instead of trying to exploit mid, instead, they just let them have mid for the most part. Take a couple of early fights, maybe try on an eco to take that engagement, and let GMU have their way with mid. Meantime, they're pushing the extremities. They're taking that really aggressive A-ramp control. They're pushing up into Palace. They're getting into these bait setups and allowing them space to work with. I really like OC's approach to that CT side. It's exactly the way you can put GMU in position where they can do whatever they want, but you have the reins.
Satsy has an angle. There's a gap in the smoke, and I don't think Oklahoma were aware of this one. Satsy gets 3, and here comes the cavalry. Shipsy and Buddy able to pick up the rest, and it's GMU for their CT side to start with a much-needed pistol round.
There's not just a gap in that smoke. There was a whole smoke missing. Because I don't think there was a jungle smoke, just the stairs smoke. I don't know if they started that round with 2 smokes. I was too busy yapping, but let me see if I can find it. Yeah, I don't see a second smoke. Yeah, this was the plan. But clearly OC not ready.
No. And surprisingly, looking at the scoreline, Vincent, that is both pistols to GMU. GMU starting the map off 2-0, and then it was 8 rounds consecutively. No, I think actually 9 rounds consecutively from Oklahoma Christian.
So here's the thing. Seymour, this is still just 1 gun round, though. It might be 9-5 right now, but as close as this looks, GMU have really won just a single big round.
Is win this one out, you're looking at your way back, your ticket back into Mirage, but Shada anticipation on the aggression through underpass, and Buddy just barely scraping away with his life. Smoke is dropped down. Shrani trying to hunt it, and it just will not be. So Buddy successfully gets away.
That's job done for GMU. A very aggressive maneuver early into the round, and with MP9s alone, the fact that Buddy gets a trade is good to see. The response down to 4. GMU, they have 3 MP9s still, and there's not a lot of places to put them. They're going to stack towards B, and this is a call that will, they stay with it, be correct.
Call here, and Satsy's going to get the first one. Wheaties shut down. Brand new haircut for this lower finals. And now the Reds looking to follow on up. Crimson just not landing those shots with the MP9. Low HP for Hunter. And Satsy's able to clean it up again. 2 for Satsy on this execute. Twigs looking to bring this one back. Walking through the fire. Satsy gets the third one. Shrani in a 1v2 all alone. Satsy looking to find all the damage onto this B site. And Buddy just here to back him up. Both members looking for the info. Nice shot there from Shrani, but Satsy gets them all. 4 kills from Satsy to shut down the hit to B.
That was absurd. Incredible from Satsy. The first shot was so very clean. Gets the tap and then falls back. And the way that he's able to play around the rest of the players on the B side. Here's the first tap I'm talking about. Nicely played, but then just taking every fight to advantage. It's a flash off, double swing, etc. Satsy with a massive round, but GMU back in business. The gun round they were hoping for, and it's a bonus.
Good vengeance here. GMU, they're back, so back. Buddy. Need a teammate there on the Soaker, but what does it matter at this point? Oklahoma Christian, they got a little bit of a test here on Mirage, Vincent. Where do they need to answer back here? It's the rifle rounds coming up.
Zoker in that bottom mid area, like playing aggressively up through through Underpass. It was such a problem for Fisher College when they played them on this map. It's some similar looks early into this one, and that is something I want to see more of from GMU, but the fact that they've been able to do that now 2 rounds in a row, picking up 2 gun rounds as well, puts them in a good spot. Hunter back onto the AWP, though. Now we get an Oklahoma Christian timeout that, well, should give us an idea of where their adjustments can be made.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it just comes down to the way that GMU are playing on their CT side. Just, I think CT in general is going to feel a lot more comfortable when it comes down to Mirage, when you don't have to be the one to make the plays, but the way that they are still hunting for space on the map, I think they're catching a lot of these Oklahoma players off guard early on. And now Sassy's going to bring the AWP out. We saw Hunter put this to work back in the first half. Hunter is going to have the battle here, but they don't meet just yet.
He's got Zoker bottom mid again. It's a nade to break the smoke as well. And a flash to go out.
Joker's going to be caught here. First blood out from Hunter. That's going to give Satsy the idea that you're going to have to step up here with the AWP of your own.
Not very deep into the GMU playbook. That's something you see from them very often on the CT side. And OC, it appears to me that they are very much prepared, that they have done their homework.
Even still, Oklahoma Christian are very cautious at this hit towards B, even with a player advantage.
They forced out the majority of the utility, though, onto these players. Both the mollies just got used and a defensive smoke put out as well. Won't be a lot if this smoke fades.
Molly onto the van, jumping out from the apartments now. Buddy looking to absorb this. Here's your trade. Equal now, though. Crimson not long for the hold. Sassy trading, continuing to keep GMU in this, but Bob's going to go down in a 3v2.
Smoking a molly. On to Shipsy, but those 2 smokes, I mean, you can wait them out, but I think GMU, this is already a round where you either jump through them or you save.
Sassy slowly backing it up. Shipsy's going to be found out. The round is done. Oklahoma have gotten enough of it. 10 rounds on Mirage. They finally break through the CT side.
It's crazy. GMU, they have been absolutely befuddled in these rounds. I mean, it all starts in the first half where their first 2 rounds just get countered almost immediately, and this is another round where it seems like their game plan was expected.
And Oklahoma Christian, a lot of this round just comes down to this burst of energy onto site and overwhelming GMU on this one. I like that. From when they finally hit together, they get that bomb secured and they get the site secured. It's a simple call, but sometimes you just gotta go back to the basics.
Speaking of simple, I think that OC going to try and keep it simple. They're ready for an A exec. They've just tossed the smokes out.
They're out of utility here. 3 HEs and a flash. All the smokes, the rotations are here. There are Patriots ready to take these fights, but they're giving up the site. And Body's going to open things up.
Nice job playing for the retake, but they're still unrelenting. Our Oklahoma Christian.
I don't want to give this one up at all. GMU, they're going to be right back into it. Sassy just spotted the shoulder of Hunter. And just like that, GMU crawled their way back into A for the defuse. We're staying at a 2-round difference, Vincent. And I think I love this from GMU. Understanding that Oklahoma Christian, albeit they won the previous round, they knew they weren't rich.
I mean, that's so very true. But at the same time, GMU just waiting very patiently, letting them take the site, was playing retake from the start. But even when the player CT goes down, Oklahoma Christian just double and triple down, keep taking fights over towards CT spawn. And Crimson's just like, all right, I'll take those frags. Why don't you keep peeking?
Yeah.
It's so simple. Sassy doing the same as they try and cross from triple. Those smokes had already faded away, so there was no longer anything there to cover them off. Like you mentioned, their utility was light to begin with. They used it to get on the site, and when it faded, that was just an easy way for Sassy to get into position.
DC as that sometimes. Oklahoma Christian going to be able to buy back into this round, but
They're doing it again.
without any utility, Vincent, I mean, they can't really draw out this round.
I mean, they are just going to try and run it back. I think Twigs will make contact at B. As soon as contact is made, that's when the A exec's going to come in.
Minimal damage on the HE, slowly working their way in through Palace. The utility for this, but Twigs is really trying to sell this. And GMU, they're not taking the bait. Smoke. Reapplied.
Chipsy left unseen, up on top of balcony.
Here it comes.
Here it goes.
Chipsy. Not expecting the push on through. Still, though, Zoker to the rescue. The AWP finally shut down. Hunter is going to get his number 3 on 3. They're rushing to get this down, rushing to set things up.
They know that Twigs is disconnected from this, know that he's going to be on a really long rotate, so they're trying to take the fights early.
Hunter's going to be forced up the angle. Crimson still wiped off the face of the earth. Buddy reeling things back, but now comes the flank. Twigs has arrived, and Hunter, he knows that. He just needs his teammate to step up when he needs to. The bomb's going to be tapped. Buddy's
they don't know.
defuse, and they have no idea. You gotta be kidding me.
They thought that Sassy was the diffuser, but instead, Buddy, who was just chilling there, was able to continue to hold a little bit of misinformation inside of that smoke. Oh, no.
I mean, I've seen plenty of ninja diffuses in the smokes in this tournament, but that one in particular is insane.
It's so tough because OC do nothing wrong there. They just think that instead of the diffuser, that they've got somebody, but the diffuser was not the one to go down. Oh, so frustrating.
Kicking and screaming, Vincent. Kicking and screaming.
But GMU don't have much money either. It's a lackluster buy for the CT side. MP9 in Chipsy's hands, who's made his way forward into the A ramp. And once again, this time not from the rip. OC, their bomb, and the majority of the players headed out over to A.
Oh, Edis is going to see this.
Chipsy's so on an island.
Flash out, though. They know. Excellent call from Oklahoma, and that's a first blood.
Not even a bad spot for Chipsy to be in, but cannot be so alone. Once again, a lot of pressure on Sassy.
It's a grueling one, Mirage. And Oklahoma Christian definitely not out of this case for the T side. It's another hit towards A. They're rushing right into the CT side. Zoker only good for 1, but he has backup. And Hunter splits the difference into a 3 versus 2. Walking into the site now, Sassy. An op. And Buddy trades it.
Smoke, Molly, and a flash available there for Buddy. They've got the crossfire set to OC. Just need to play it passively.
Hunter's in such a great spot. The flash is going to give him a little bit of space here. Wheaties on Tetris. They have no idea. Buddy's still trading. And now it's Hunter. The time is low. Buddy's going to hop this one. The shot misses. And he does it again.
No way! Buddy is a smoke criminal. Hanging out inside, gets the tap, and finds the defuse. No chance.
No,
For
no,
OCU.
no.
Oh, that is a hands up. I don't know what to do moment for Oklahoma Christian. They take another timeout. This might be their third. And I mean, GMU, they keep giving them bomb plants, which means that OC are going to keep buying. But if they keep winning rounds, it simply doesn't matter. Simply does not matter. What an incredible run of rounds there. 2 in a row on the diffuses for Buddy.
Dude. What do you even say? Like, if you're Oklahoma Christian at that point, what do you say? Like, from now on, if Buddy is alive and he taps the defuse, spray for your life.
I mean, in that, to the defense of Hunter, he was trying to do that. There was no question that defuse was being held, but just none of the bullets connecting. Well, this is a different look. The CT side, it's Sassy. No. Zoker getting boosted up into ladder room, and so they're going to play passively at mid. And, hey, look where they are. OC, come back for more. This time it's 5 players. Your entire T side ready to go out A.
Yeah. 3rd time's the charm, surely, Vincent.
Oh, Shipsy.
Oh, Shipsy, what is that?
Caught blinded and just frozen in time. Oh, it doesn't even deny the plan.
It goes down, and Wheaties is alive. Somehow.
I think JMU should actually call this save right now, and I think they are.
I agree. You know, this is just crazy. The chain of events that just happened in the past 3 rounds, this one included. I don't know if I could explain this to somebody and they would believe me.
It's been a bit crazy. That being said, you know, Oklahoma Christian, props for them to go back to the same well. They know that them getting onto the site is been pretty much a guarantee. It's just hanging on to the site that's been a problem. So instead of taking an aggressive fight towards CT, not that they needed to, considering GMU played on the site itself, they just hold back a little bit, don't get too aggressive, and they're up to 11. This is a really tough call for GMU. I can't believe they're ecoing. They don't really have enough money to buy next round.
Not even that. It's just the fact that you're giving up at point to Oklahoma Christian if you lose this out. But look at this aggression from Satsy. He's hunting through mid. Shada has an idea of the aggression that's coming, but do you expect it to be the op? Satsy now has so much info and a chance to open things up. Not only that, taking a big hitter like Shada down like this would be incredible. The shot, though, it misses. Just the head is seen. Zoker going to be called to hopefully get the kill. And yeah, Zoker finds Shada. The op, though, still struggling to land. It's a trade through mid.
Sassy, that's a must hit. He needed that frag. Can't be giving that up. 4-on-4, GMU, they spread back out, and there's a whole lot less on the outskirts of this map because Shipsy's got a 5-7 and it's QSP in the hands of Crimson at B. That's exactly where OC are going to be headed. Jump spotting is Crimson, but he's got backup in Buddy and Zoker on Cat.
But he needs to
Have
stand
to be
tall. But he needs this, and he gets it. Twigs goes down. That's numbers now for GMU. Here comes the presence of Oklahoma just to bang this site out, but Crimson hasn't been spotted. He's repositioned, and now with the help, Crimson's gonna have all the case to put it away with the USP. GMU, they sneak another one away.
Oh my goodness, Sassy, fortunate that they win the round regardless. And what an incredible performance as well on the B site. Sassy's position just ends up being the most dominant, the best one there with a must-win frag from Buddy. He continues to deliver. This map has been a very incredible performance from Buddy in particular. GMU, they've left mid open again.
Yeah.
And it's OC back to the 4A setup.
But this time, GMU don't really need A or mid control. They don't know this, but they're making the right call, Vincent.
It's the first time that GMU in quite a while have played such an aggressive A position where 3 players, now just 2, are committed to the site itself. That's a nice lurk smoke. That's going to pull the rotation, and it will. Yeah, the mid player's gone and back over to B.
4 players to contend with at A, 2 to shut it down. Satsy's going to open up the round to kill onto Twigs. That's the lurk presence over towards B, and here comes the utility. Shipsy, blind, still finds one. Wheaties the trade, but Zoker is here. Zoker is here to stay. On triple, gets a beautiful double kill. It's all down to Hunter in a 1v4. Flick shot with the op. Gives him a chance at the site, but it has to be an incredible round from Hunter.
He's got a lot of space. He's going everywhere. He's got the bomb. The problem is that nobody's giving him the time of day. No need to take these fights. Not until the bomb gets tapped or more information is gathered. That's going to finally happen, though. 2 Molotovs, though, and 2 smokes.
4 shots, 3 players. 21 kills for Hunter. If there's anybody who's going to do something ridiculous like this, it's going to be him. Here's the first one. Backs on up. Sassy holding the angle, but he wants to go back in. Unscopes, and Sassy puts it away. GMU from down but not out. Match point.
I want to cast your mind back, Seymour, the upper final, where GMU made a comeback of their own. It was on Inferno up against Northwood, and they made it back to 11-11, and they just couldn't make it. Lost out 13-11. Now it's their chance to serve OC up that same exact dish cold.
What do they got, Vincent? What does Oklahoma have to play with here? Do or die situation, and it looks like it's going to be B.
Well, Twigs just eating that nade.
They're just going to hit this one. Crimson drops a molly. Buddy looking to work alongside him. Twigs, though, he gets through, and Crimson dropped immediately.
It's looking like OT gotta go for this. It's 3 on 5, though. There's smokes that have just gone up in both market window and market door. Zoker's even burning alive, and he's gonna get hit by a nade. It's so over for him.
Oh, it's all over. We're going to overtime, Vincent. I'm calling it here.
Yeah, 2 on 5.
2 M4s, 2 Zeuses. But Oklahoma Christian, they're pushing us the distance. Let's go. Overtime on Mirage, and look at that scoreboard. 22 from Hunter, 20 from Twigs, 22 from Sassy. This is a war.
It absolutely is. Incredible impact from everybody having in this game. And I'll say it, OC, I'm starting to feel like we're noticing a bit of a lack of a strat book. Like, there's not a lot of depth here. But they're individuals that have a lot of experience, that are able to pull things out. They know how to play out a Mirage, regardless of if the strat book is deep.
Seems like they're scraping the bottom of the barrel.
Soaker's on an op.
Double op set up here with Sassy, who's sitting over towards B.
And we haven't seen an op at B the entirety of this game, and that's going to give Shoney a bit of a headshot straight through.
Now look at this. Shipsy just looking to play his life, but Hunter and Shada, they break it in. And Zoker looking to come to the aid of Shipsy, but just a little bit late for the call. Buddy, though,
timing
on the stairs. Buddy, can you stop the plant here? Goes for Wheaties, but Twigs is the one that's planting, and HE now looking to at least clean things up, and it will. 2v2.
What an adjustment from Shada. Sassy's all alone and got to go over to the rifle. There's only 10 bullets there. He as well.
Immediately sprays down, going for the reload. Low HP on Shada. Sassy 92. Hunter just tucked away. Gonna force out into the open. Shada, but Hunter keeps them alive. 1 versus 1, and Oklahoma Christian leading in overtime.
Shada thought that Molotov was going down under. Instead, it hits the top of the balcony, but he's saved by Hunter once more. What an engagement, by the way. Nades going back and forth. Buddy does such a great job getting an additional frag and gives GMU the chance to bring it back. But look at the lead now for Oklahoma Christian. So much to do. And it's back to this. It's back to this dedicated setup for GMU.
The narrowest of margins, and it's a leg on Deshada. They're going to go back into this one. Satsy's still propped up into apps. Nobody you'd rather have with the AWP. Twigs setting up for the flash. Everybody ready to explode onto site, and here it is. Satsy. Will he be ready? The slow approach from Shada. He gets an angle. Ridiculous. The wall bang. Buddy now feeling the pressure. He's going to collect a kill on the Shada and relay that information to the rest of his team, though. Can Buddy stay alive? Can he find another one? He can. And Zoker's here to help out. Zoker, almost the second one. Oklahoma Christian have got through, but there's a quick play coming.
Oh, Shorty! How's he done that? With Crimson on the flank. And the HP so low, this is chances at success. And there's an HE.
They don't know.
Crimson.
They don't know. Bomb goes down. The flick around. It doesn't hit. Crimson, ever so patient in the clutch. The double kill at the end reads him like a book. We go even.
How we do. And just 3 rounds per half of overtime. This is going to be all down to the wire. We want the lead into the second half of OT, considering as well GMU. I mean, what a brutal first half they had on the T side. They don't want to be walking in with any less than 2 rounds in their back pocket. Use what money you have. Put it all on the line. It's ops out as per usual. Ooh, Sassy missing the mark, actually. Can't go for the aggressive swing. Instead, it's going to break the smoke, and he still gets a tag.
Oh, Twig's lucky to be alive. Not for long. Still somehow walks away with a kill onto Shipsy. Incredible reaction time here. Everybody's on point. Crimson hiding away. They don't check their corners. That's rule number 1, folks. What are we doing? Chat, are we sure?
Oh my goodness. Sassy, though, misses the mark, and with Zoker now alone, what a time for what has been a legendary individual to come back out. It was a 1v2 last round for Crimson, and now Zoker, in-game leader, needs to deliver and has a kit in his back pocket.
The only difference is they know where Zoker is. Unlike Crimson's, the element of surprise isn't there. Bomb's going to go down. Zoker looking to play the time here. Try to give a little bit of uncertainty to the minds of Oklahoma Christian. It looks like there is some timing here. Shrani not going to be watching the exit towards Market, and Wheaties looks away. Zoker, ridiculous!
Back-to-back 1v2 clutches for the Patriots to take the lead into the second half of overtime. How is this possible, Seymour?
You gotta be kidding me, Vincent. What is this? What is happening right now? This is the lower final I expected. I mean, this is off of a 13-4 win on Anubis.
How many highlights are we going to see from that top balcony position as well? Crimson just left unchecked, and then Zoker, patient as ever. Oh my goodness, it's GMU back onto the T side. This is where the struggle started on Mirage. Double op immediately as well, Seymour.
Yeah, immediately here, Hunter looking to do exactly what Satsy did, but timing's a little bit off, and he's going to be rotating back over towards B as this hit, it is fast. Shrani, smoke opens, and Satsy is waiting. Hunter has to go big with the op, spotting everybody, but the shot doesn't land. Shipsy on site. Hunter finally hits it. Hunter gets 2. Buddy, can you clutch up again? Low health on both members, but he's struggling to get an angle. Smoke is down. It's the HG from Sassy. 2v2, and this is possible. Hunter.
2 hops.
Hunter on 22 HP. USB is out. A minute left to play here at HG in the back. Hunter is going to burn alive, and it's all down to Shada. GMU looking for match points. And Shada needs the 1v2.
And Buddy has another smoke. Oh, and that's position given, but the bomb dropped. Not like this.
Smoke down. There's space. Op v op. Sassy's going to move over towards the AK, and this is a perfect call. Still 41 seconds. I don't think Shada knows that's bomb down.
He could have seen it. Certainly could have. He's watching the angle.
Holding the angle. So patient, Sassy. How do you expect it? In the 1v2, it's Oklahoma Christian's turn.
Shout out to Hunter, who was just dancing, doing a little jig in the back of the site, somehow getting mollied, naded, mollied again, and still finding 2 kills off the back of that. And Shada on the clutch. That's 3 1v2s in a row.
This has to be the best map we've had on stream.
Not even close.
And Hunter opens up the round on Sassy, so quick to get to the mid window. A first blood to silence the Patriots.
And notice that GMU, the entirety of their first half, they were allowed to take mid with abandon. There was nobody there to connect with them, and that is the swap up that Hunter has made into this overtime.
They're gonna
putting the pressure on.
They're gonna bundle up and jump up into jungle, Vincent. The timing is going the way of Zoker. There's no way he gets away with it. Oh, not at all. Hunter's watching.
Standing on that counter, it's such a hard angle for a rifler to swing. I mean, that's a tough angle at the best of times, but on top of the counter, it's just so tough.
Almost impossible. GMU slowly working their way towards A. The bomb heading to the ramp. Shada very aggressive with the op. And Crimson's just waiting for the timing. Here's the goal. Utility going to be thrown out. Hunter's looking to regroup with the rest of the team, and Shada dismisses that. Crimson's going to jump on out. Shrani waiting behind Firebox. Down to 2. Buddy running out towards the site. Shrani's going to put him to rest. It's all on the shoulders of Shipsy for Oklahoma Christian to try to take them into an advantage here. 3v1. Nowhere for Shipsy to go. And the Eagles take the lead.
Not only the lead, but map point. That's OC back in business. But if GMU can win just this one round, we do it all again. It's OT number 2 if they can pull this off. This is the first time, by the way, that OC even have a map point this series. Got dumpstered back in map number 1 on Anubis, their own pick, and they served it up to GMU on their T side, but
it was 11-7 for Oklahoma Christian, if my memory is correct here.
Look at the money, GMU. They've taken the time out to talk it over, and it's not great. Sassy, who's up to 28 frags now, has really taken stature in this game. We asked about Zoker, but I think Sassy has been the most consistent. He's on a dig. Crimson on a Tech 9.
Scraping the bottom of the barrel to bring us to a second overtime. Vertigo on the minds of Oklahoma Christian. Look at this from Shada. He's going to get aggressive into Palace, in and out with a frag.
That swap up that's been so deadly for OC.
Now Twigs tucked away. Crimson here for the refrag, and things getting a little bit chaotic. No way. Not like this.
Got away with it. The site is theirs. The plant goes down, and Zoker safe behind triple. There's another smoke as well. Put up in CT. Post plants aren't ideal, but they're good enough. There is a nade. This nade could do in Zoker.
But Hunter looks away, and Crimson swings at just the right time. Wheaties with that HE. Now the information is lost, but they line up. Their damage there onto Crimson. He escapes into CT, and so far, Sassy, they don't know where Sassy is. And he's going to bring us to a double overtime.
Oh my goodness, that flash was so perfect. Man was so blind. Sassy pops out and says goodbye. It's 29 frags for Hunter. Same for Sassy. The charge being led by the 2 AWPs. And it's shot on the AWP to try and start this round off on the right trail. But the fact is that the post-plant utility, the two pistols that GMU bought, allows them to have that extra bit of utility that really locks OC out of the site.
Oh man, Vincent. I don't know if my voice is going to recover at the end of this game.
don't know if OC are going to recover at the end of this game.
Well, if a win is on the cards for the Eagles and they send us to Vertigo, that recovery is not going to be too difficult, but GMU, they stay alive against all odds.
Once again, GMU getting aggressive out mid. This has been their game plan the entire series. And it's got them, I mean, at 1:30, they were in ladder room. That's how quick these adjustments have been. It's going to be an A hit. 3 players in the bomb head in that direction. And the double op once again, ready to go. Shot has been consistent here.
Crimson flashed out blind, still lands.
Oh!
What a shot there. Shot anticipating the push, and Shrani has gone unchecked so far, playing this one quietly. Shot a second one onto Satsi, and they still haven't needed Shrani. He swings out, finally making himself known. A double, making a triple for Shrani. Locking down the site. Second half of the overtime, and it's Oklahoma Christian leading still.
Pick it up, OT number 2. And the first round is all theirs. Almost, I mean, it was a collateral. Just didn't get the kill. Just a leg under the man behind. But then Shroni, as you mentioned, just popping out. Multi-fragging on the A1S. Good idea for GMU, but they've got to start recognizing that OC are ready for these types of plays.
Smoke goes up. Buddy catches the timing here. Shada, will he read this? It seems like. Understanding the possibility, and here comes the spray through. Limited damage to HE. See you next round.
It's a big man off of the entirety of the OC side. On Crimson. Slurk.
Almost catches Hunter. Now has to be careful not to tangle with this off for too long. Hunter has the angle watched. And the rest of GMU walking in from connector. Shrani back into the tried and true position where we found a triple kill last time, finding nothing this time, and Hunter is sent packing to CT.
Oh, needed the trade there, though. With Hunter getting that frag, it's back to a relatively even scenario. Even though the numbers aren't there, the op maintaining control is massive. What is that spam?
Spam down to 42.
I didn't even know you could spam that.
The bomb, Vincent.
You're right. Why is the bomb so far away?
Again, hints back to regulation. GMU were in this exact scenario, and it blew up in their face. This time, they're looking to weather the storm. AWP from Hunter still looking for an angle. Sassy's going to spot Twigs, and they know it's still here. The bomb being planted. Zoker spotted the reswing. Shipsy back into a 3v2. Shipsy wants more, though. He's going to hold onto the angle, and Shipsy gets a second one all down to Twigs.
Oh, but Shipsy giving away a free fight. That's not something you want to be doing. Not against Twigs in the 1v3. He's done it before and can do it again.
Everybody backed up now. Post plant setup. Crimson's here with the op. The smoke is out, and he whiffs. Twigs is given a chance to play, and the smoke gives him an avenue onto the site.
Does that smoke cover off the bomb? Yes, it does. This Molotov not going to be effective anymore.
I don't think Crimson spotted this one. Twigs is going to hop it. Twigs is going to hop it. And it's not going to work this time. Too many ninja diffuses, Vincent.
Sorry,
we don't
Twigs,
need a third.
That only works for GMU. Can't be pulling off their moves. 16-16. A massive error in that bomb being so far away, but it still is recovered. Nicely done as well from Crimson. He understands the assignment. Getting out A just needs to stay alive. Once he gets confirmation of where that op is, he knows that there's maximum one player isolated to the site. Just waits for the backup in the form of the 4 players up connector.
16-16. Molotov is going to do a little bit of damage there onto Bloody. 47 health. SHE. Oh, I thought I would land just a little bit off. Zoker has snuck up. But Shrine, look at this. This is unheard of here, but Satsy is watching it for some reason.
Well, I mean, they've been pushing it in Palace League every round, so.
Billy gets thrown. Sassy.
I don't think they're going to continue watching it, though.
Still looking, but Shrani catches the timing.
don't know if bomb has been spotted. Trony just needs to get out of there. Yeah, playing it more passively, waiting for the right time.
Trade still favoring Oklahoma. The refrag there on to Crimson. 1v4 for Shipsy. It's just not doable. 17-16. Oh boy, Vincent. We're swapping sides here.
Swap back to the GMU favored side, to be fair. Maybe this can be, just one round down. Not the end of the world. But OC, I mean, they continue to showcase what has been a incredible counter to GMU's game plan on the T side.
I think that was the first overtime round. That wasn't us just going absolutely insane in like a 1v2 clutch.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of that.
Oh my! The snap! That's one way to kick things off.
It's not the way that GMU were hoping to do so. With Zoker down early, Southsea still has a lot of information being dropped down into underpass, but it leaves the extremities of the map potentially vulnerable, and I think Shipsy's feeling that. That's why they're going to get aggressive, playing all the way forward into Palace.
It's not too bad of a call, Vincent, but this leaves connector, or this leaves ramp wide open. It's going to force Sassy to come reinforce the site.
That or just fall back away, reinforce the B site. That's where Sassy was headed until these flashes started coming.
Not the right call to make. Shipsy going to be spotted here. Twigs, do you stay alive? You do not. Shipsy's going to be able to even this one up.
He's called for the rotate. 50 seconds, there would be time to leave, but OC don't have any map control, so making that decision would be wild.
Sassy with the op now in position. Kill number 31, looking for 32, whiffs it. Oklahoma Christian on site, but they know Shipsy's in Palace, and they know they're not safe. Spom looking to go down. Jada maybe here to make the play. Flashed out, but the spray down gets Buddy through the smoke. 3v3. Shipsy now looking to collapse onto the side with the rest of your team. Hunter versus Satsy. Pop the op. The lag there. Satsy has the angle. Smoke's gonna be thrown down. Goes back in. Hunter! Kill number 36, Vincent.
Missed the smoke as well. Didn't get it back out in time, and Hunter is just that little bit faster. He's really come alive for Oklahoma Christian in the back half of this game. He starts out with the opening, closes out with a 1v1. Shipsy did such a great job of giving GMU the chances into that round, but now it's 2 map points in a row for OC. GMU double-lopping. Once again, it's Zoker and Satsy.
Best chance here to go to Vertigo. Crimson. 14 and 25, but can't say anything bad. These 14 kills have been very impactful.
That massive 1v2.
Yep. It seems like Oklahoma Christian may be feeling the pressure here, slowing things down.
Not very often we've seen them spread out into a default like this. A lot of times they've just taken fast control and or set up for an exec. The rip, double nade.
Crimson down to 26. That prompts the Molotov now, and Apps is fully blocked off. It's the slow peel here from OKC, but they're going to wait this out.
This has created the response, though, in GMU that Oklahoma Christian are looking for. They wanted to pull out utility, wanted to force them into a bit of a rougher scenario, and they've done so.
It's down to Buddy and Crimson to make a difference here, hopefully finding a few kills. But Crimson, a ridiculous route, does not pay off. Sassy is here, but Hunter puts it to rest.
What? I don't even know what that was from Zoker. Just kind of seemed a little bit lost coming out there. It's a 19-16 loss at the end of the day, as the comeback was indeed real for GMU, but the close was not.
I got baited there at the end there. I don't know what just happened, but it's Oklahoma Christian, resilient as ever in the Mirage. fumbled the end call there, Vincent, but I think big fumble there in the retake from the likes of GMU and Oklahoma Christian. They're going to take that all day long. We are going to Vertigo.
That we are. And I mean, again, after the first half, I expected to see Vertigo, but the way in which we got there was entirely unexpected, thrown everyone for a loop. And I think that, just talking of individuals, right, you have to talk about Hunter, the consistency with which Hunter was dominating in the especially when we got into overtime. But it's just hard. It's hard to talk about this game without just giving props to GMU for making that comeback.
Oh, yeah, of course. And you can't really talk about this game and say that somebody did not step up, because there have been so many clutch plays, so many impactful frags from every member that is in the server. I mean, this doesn't go to double overtime without everybody playing at their best. And this is the lower final that we expected to see. Complete stark difference than the Anubis, but a welcome surprise, Vincent, from myself. We're going to Vertigo after both teams stealing away each other's map picks. And looking at this replay package, I think just one thing you just got to talk about, the op battles were insane. The clutches from Buddy, back-to-back ninja diffuses, you can't write a better story.
Yeah, I think as well. I just want to quick shout out the game plan here from OC. What an incredible way that they just entirely ruined GMU's T sides.
Yeah.
Like, consistently the entire match. It's hard, especially with 2 rounds of overtime. That's a lot of T rounds that you are finding the answer to. I think that GMU came in with a game plan, and they were never able to actually adjust and figure out their T side. I think that is really impressive for OC. The fact that they continued to put on the pressure and made GMU's T side ineffective entirely. Only more impressive is the fact that despite that, GMU still put up a ridiculously good fight.
Dude. 38-16 from Hunter, 32-23 from Sassy. An absolute war of the ops. Hunter walking away with a little bit more than I think Sassy would have expected towards the end there. And, not only that, I mean, when you're looking at Oklahoma Christian and their numbers, look at the support there. Shada, Twigs, and Shrani all plus 20 in kills. You see Shipsy and Crimson a little bit falling behind there for GMU, but you can't say that they didn't have their own impactful rounds. I feel like just towards the end, you saw Oklahoma Christian just step up in major ways, and a lot of these individuals made the plays necessary for Oklahoma Christian to take that win at the end of Mirage. So a huge game. You couldn't ask for a better game here on stream, Vincent. I don't think we've had a better game on stream.
No, don't think so. And I'm ready to see Vertigo go the distance as well. But to be honest with you, I need a breather. We're going to head over to a short break. And then when we come back, Vertigo, the very end of this series for the lower final, we grand finalists will walk away. We'll see you in a few.
We get how uncertain the future is. We've come of age in a complex world, face to face with problems we didn't create. So what's going to happen next? We are. Because our future is the future. So we're going to build bridges and hospitals in a day and feed those left in the cold. We're going to do all this and more because we have an appointment with destiny.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Rally Cry Collegiate Series presented by the Army National Guard. We've been through the day, and it all comes down to one last map. Vertigo decides who our next grand finalist, and oh boy, Vincent, I don't even think we could do this justice by just saying it has been a banger of a series. I mean, this is the series that'll never beat the banger allegations. It's incredible.
No, and listen, it's been a journey today for us, but it's been a journey today for Oklahoma Christian because, I mean, they come out and they beat a weakened RIT pretty handedly. You think you and I would agree, and then they just get smacked in the mouth by a Patriots team that I don't think that they expected to be swinging, nor to be swinging with such accuracy. Not only that, but they dominate their opponent's map pick in the first half, and it's GMU to come back. And I think that the wherewithal for Oklahoma Christian to stay alive, stay strong in such a difficult map towards the end really goes to show how impressive this team is.
Yeah, and pistols too. I mean, GMU have been dominating when it comes down to the pistols. So looking to see if Oklahoma Christian can steal one away. They're 1-3 in pistol rounds, and it looks like they're going to go for the retake right away, but the kills all go to GMU flawlessly. They wipe Oklahoma Christian off the board, Vincent. That was way too fast.
That. I really enjoyed how fast OC wanted to bring that back, but GMU, they were in the perfect post plants, and I just got instant domered. I don't know what the heck happened. That's insane. Oh. Well, add another tally to the GMU pistol wins.
I blinked for a second. I don't know what happened.
Oh, Hunter, run for your life. Oh, he's so dead.
So gone. I think we can take a little bit of a moment, though, like, to talk about Hunter and the impact that he's had for Oklahoma Christian today. GMU looking to walk pretty easily away from this round, but heading into the rest of Vertigo, to not put a focus on Hunter and his AWP performance today, I think would be a disservice to what we've seen from this Oklahoma Christian team.
I agree. I mean, 38 frags there at the end of Mirage for Hunter. It was unstoppable and untouched, I think, for anybody else. Sassy, as great as a performance as we saw from them, was really actually dominating the beginning of that Mirage head-to-head. But by the end of it, it was Hunter all the way, and it wasn't even really close, despite Sassy continuing to find a lot of success. It's good as well, by the way, to see Zoker getting so far forward and aggressive into that anti-eco round. It shows that he's still having some confidence after, I mean, I'll say it wasn't the best of Mirages from him.
A little bit of stinker.
I mean, he played relatively well, but compared to what we expect, it was a little lackluster.
And I think we really put a highlight on that in the fact that if you go double overtime, it takes a whole village to take it to double overtime. Nobody really was falling too far behind in that map. It's just those expectations.
Well, expectations have been blown away in this round, Seymour, because this was a bonus. I mean, Oklahoma Christian didn't really have too many SMGs. They just had 2 of them, but they lead the charge out towards mid, and it's a quick split to the B site where they find a free kill at Generator and an upgrade onto an M4 for Crimson. It's just like that, and it's over.
Yeah, done and dusted into the round. I think Vertigo is one of those maps. I was a little bit worried when we were breaking down the pregame for this series, and I saw Vertigo as a decider because it's a little bit of an awkward map, I will say. And I think that GMU and the performance that they put on Anubis, it definitely gives that star power edge that you look for in Vertigo in their favor. Now, Oklahoma Christian, by all means, you look at Shrony and Hunter as, you know, capable players at shutting down that star power, but Vertigo's a weird one.
That's interesting.
And I think GMU definitely will feel more comfortable on this map and how loose they play.
Well, GMU will certainly feel more comfortable. I have things to add, but I would actually give the star power combo over to OC. So a little difference of opinion there.
And what we saw in Anubis, though.
That's a good point. Yeah, there was a lot there. Hold on, Twigs is in a very nice spot, and he's left unchecked.
Shauna gonna be found out here, and yeah, unchecked Twigs. That's an AK picked up off the ground.
So a 1-for-1, not bad news for GMU nor for OC. Look at them creeping outside hall. Nobody's any the wiser at the moment. I mean, prepared for this push are OC, but they don't know about it yet.
Molotov actually not going to force these players out just yet. Loma Christian being very patient here, but it's not going to pay off just yet. Shrani looking to be ice cold in the moment. Sassy hasn't spotted him. Stuck still. Crimson now forced off the bomb plant. Twigs a second with the AK recovered. Shrani's going to go up and over, and GMU silenced in this round. Zoker brings it down into a 1v2. 36 seconds. It's possible, Vincent, but it's going to be tough.
Bombs able to be collected, and it's already been done. Oh, he's going to get aggressive. Just got to isolate the duels. The shadow advantage is just a little bit too strong. What a recovery. I mean, GMU, they had the site entirely, and OC just one after another, able to swing together, layering utility very well indeed. That's something that I think being able to recover from losing the site, but not overextending is huge, and they do it very well.
Yeah, and I think a lot of this round comes down to Shrani just being so quiet in that moment. I think both of these teams, like a lot of these players have shown some veteran play calls, and right there you can see just how comfortable Shrani can be when in a tough spot.
It's a lackluster amount of utility for the Patriots this round, but they have the big guns, including Sassy on the op. And Hunter doesn't have one on the other side either. Position given away, though.
Position given away, and
oh, there's a little edge.
Slowly, Zoker's working his way up the ramp. Hunter's gonna get caught. Stroni immediately falls off the angle, giving up the space for Zoker to look for a little bit more. He's gonna molly out the sandbags, just trying to gain some information, while the rest of GMU patiently waiting for a mistake.
Wow, no response as well. Still doubled up on the B site. Not a normal setup for OC. Only now do they pull a rotation, but it's not the B player, it's the mid player.
So 1-for-1 we go. Buddy's going to throw a Molotov over towards B, see if he can pull anything away from this A site, but Oklahoma Christian, they're not going to budge. They're going to set this up as a 2-2 split. No matter where GMU go, they're going to have a little bit of a pushback here. Shrani, can you go big again in this moment, Vincent?
Preemptive Molotov as well. This timing is crazy for Shipsy.
Turns all the way around to CT. Shrani's looking for it. There's an opening for the bomb to go down. Shipsy finally going to be found out, but the jig is up. Satsy now set up with the op. Going to get the better of Shrani there, looking for a second one. Sassy feeling the groove here of the AWP, and it's all down to Twigs. And he's going to be snuffed out.
And recovery of the op as well should... Oh, no, they don't quite get there. But still, an OC team that are currently looking flat when it comes to money. Love that round, by the way. Just to give you an idea of what's happening, a lot of things at once, right? But double molly onto quad and onto default. Everybody for OC is forced forward, and so they take the fight aggressively at B. It gives the information that the A site hit is definitely coming, which is where you saw the adjustment. Only Shipsy is the big question mark, able to get a frag and then just slink into the CT spawn, and that's what gives the space for the bomb to get planted and Sassy to set up for the post plant. Was that little timing from Shipsy that really seals the deal and puts GMU up to 4.
Oh boy, out the gate swinging yet again. And it's kind of the same talking points, I'd say, for Oklahoma Christian that we were giving them in Anubis. I think a lot of these members, Vincent, are looking for some hero plays. And it either hits or it doesn't. Heavy aggression from Oklahoma Christian. They're going to leave Twigs alone again in this area. Does it work out twice?
Yeah, it's looking like they're just going to let Twigs do whatever he wants to be doing. But his timing, he hears him falling off, and so he can just walk right back through. You're not going to hear it.
Shroney's going to be able to get one before dying. Full flank from Twigs, quick as ever. Sassy's going to be shot in the back there, and now Shada won't be able to hit a shot with that Deagle. GMU looking to stabilize after a couple of losses in the round. The bomb's going to get planted. Forward aggression out of Crimson. Looking for his first kill of the map, but GMU looking for their 5th of the half here. Hunter's going to clear the corner. Crimson's going to secure it. And GMU, a little dicey at times, but they get it done.
And they recover the op as well. Shipsy grabbing that should be able to go back over to Sassy. Hunter, currently fragless, has got an AWP of his own. That's something to keep an eye on for sure. GMU starting out strong. It's been no matter who, every single map, it's been a strong start. Whether for GMU or for OC, this entire series. Hunter's at side hall.
Oh, Hunter wants it as well. There's a gap in the smoke. Hunter will be able to spot this if Sassy gives him the time of day, but it's not where the action is. Trades through mid. It's the refrag from Zoker onto Shada. A lot of damage done there from Shada.
Sassy's still chilling down the A ramp as well. The bomb about to join him. Meanwhile, Crimson has lurked all the way out to B, making some audio cues and keeping 2 players here. This is fantastic.
Gonna fall off. Sassy gets the better of Hunter onto the ramp, and still GMU undecided of where they want to go, but they're gonna wrap it back over towards B. It seems like they're going to actually dedicate to the site.
They didn't know how much space they had at the A site. Tony's reclearing. I'll look to Wheaties again.
And Twigs here to reinforce. Buddy has got some timing in, but Twigs here to help. 2 versus 3. Sassy with the op. Buddy waiting for the lurk player. 1 versus 2 now. And Buddy looking to pick up the pacing. You know Shroney's over towards A. 1 versus 1. Buddy's going to look to stick this plant, but he won't beat out Shroney. Lovely plays coming out from Oklahoma Christian. Big-time player Shroney in the big-time moment.
For the first time as well, GMU getting just a little bit ahead of themselves, I think. They had the A site. They had it entirely, and obviously they can't see that, but they split up a little bit too much. Took the fight to the B site instead, and despite having space in A, lose out because of it. It's a busted up buy for Oklahoma Christian, but they're going to be mostly up against Deegs. There is full armor, though.
They're going to jump out here. Shot it. Running away. Calling for help. Shada's going to get 2 before falling, and a couple rifles now in the hands of Buddy and Shipsy. And technically, Vincent, you look at this. This is doable with the health of these 2 players,
Twigs.
but Twigs could blow it all up. Spots the barrel, and they line up.
Twigs is just unrelenting when it comes to that aggression. This time, I think he pushed all the way through B, if I'm not mistaken. That's how he got there, but oh my goodness. Line up for him as well. Fortunately, that was an eco despite the hero rifle and the pistol armor. Shipsy just ate that nade.
First blood, though. Buddy's going to keep the trades going. Shipsy on 40. Shada, you clear this one. You do. And what was a fantastic start to the round for GMU. Twigs is going to make this now a very comfortable position for Oklahoma Christian to be in.
Bomb recollected for GMU, though. They aren't interested in committing to the A site He put presence there, and there's still a minute 10 left, and that's plenty of time to lurk out mid. I think this is a good call for GMU, considering they can start to get an idea of actually where the final 3 members of Oklahoma Christian are located. Otherwise, they would essentially just be taking a gamble.
Timing. He's isn't watching for this. But he's going to aggress back in towards the CT side of things. Zoker looking to make absolutely no noise, as they have broken through onto site. Wheaties.
GMU, they should be a little bit concerned about not finding anyone at B. They should be looking for this.
And they are. Zoker finds Wheaties. 2 versus 2.
They have an HE as well.
Shot has got to be careful. 17 health. This is no time to play
Oh,
around with
Twigs?
things. Is Twigs DC'd?
I think Twigs is EC. That's tragic.
And Shada's just going to throw himself at this one. Zoker immediately throws him off the edge.
Unfortunate. Yeah.
Second time this has happened today for Oklahoma Christian, and such a pivotal point as well. Twigs, we're going to have to wait to get him back into the server. GMU, they get their 6th round. And, yeah, I mean, that's tough.
You know, last time, it was pretty much ground already over. You know, it was a possibility of a retake that got denied. But this round was certainly not over.
Are you sure? Because I'm thinking back to the RAT game when Hunter disconnected.
Oh, right. Gotcha. Either way, that's brutal. I hate to see that.
On top of it, I mean, Twigs is 10-5, so, like, imagine having him here for the retake.
Yeah, and that's actually a good point to make. Twigs really stepping up into this game. Hunter currently still fragless, if I'm not mistaken.
I would be surprised. Hunter is fragless into this round. But it's not to say, like, Twigs hasn't been having a bad day. I mean, he's the one who put the nail in the coffin versus RIT back on Anubis, so.
Oh, sure. Yeah, been consistent. That's... Oh, hello.
Back it up. Crimson
He's trying to
says.
give you another one. Haven't seen any successful Zeuses today.
I didn't even see that. What a shot. Oh, disgusting. Hunter's going to double down. Ain't no way.
There we go. East side's open. Got it all cleared. They don't have... They have one smoke. Just one smoke to hold this back, and that's going to be set up at elevator.
Still, though. Just a couple of Deagles, but you look at Shana and Hunter, who have recovered the AKs. That's the difficult part.
I mean, I wouldn't hate to see them just shepherd them away. Try for next round.
Don't
They're
have
going to
kits.
stick in.
I think the kits are going to be the tough part of this one, buddy. Lovely swing. The crosshair on point for the shot there onto Shada. Wheaties. Can you get away with this AK? He is running, but Zoker's there, making sure that Wheaties can't get away.
Yeah, Hunter, by the way, on the board this last round.
That was his first frag?
I think so.
It's hard to believe. It would make sense. Because you look back to Mirage, you look back to the rounds, I'd say even on versus RIT, when Oklahoma Christian were dominating. It's because Hunter has just been on top of things today.
It's been a big part of it, that's for sure. A lot of footsteps being heard. And speaking of man, he's found the opening frag.
Go Hunter. Starting things off, Twigs a second one up and over the wall, gets an angle onto Crimson. A lot of HE damage there on his buddy. Shipsy breaks through mid. Is it going to be enough though? 3 versus 3. Zoker's going to get the better of Twigs.
Yeah, but they're gonna call this off, GMU. Give him a little bit of space to reset into this round.
Are they?
Well, it looked like they were, but Oklahoma Christian, they're just instantly re-clearing. The bomb might get dropped for free.
And it will be. Suddenly it's red alert for GMU. 60 seconds. Lots of time. The jig is up. Buddy gets the second one. And things have turned around. Hunter looking to see if he can go from 0 to hero in the moment.
Smoke for elevator. And there's another one as well.
Just going to go on top. The AWP. Catching some timing. Oh, the flick. Joker legs him. Lucky to be alive. Looks like the smoke's going to be dropped down as well. Hunter looking to give him some space to play with. Zoker has to be careful. The time is in their favor. No kit here, so he's got to stick it out. Hunter holding on. Zoker.
Oh!
He stops it.
Oh, the lack of the kit. Not that they had the extra money, but oh, so close for OC. GMU, stay alive, and that timing, wrapping through side hall, catching him off guard. It was 2 opening picks in a row for Oklahoma to start this round, and they lose it in a 1v2 attempt. Incredible round. Zoker and Buddy able to stop them in their tracks, splitting the difference, and then Zoker on the frag at the final step, the final hurdle. It's the final round.
I think a big difference, and you were talking to me back in the green room between maps, is the amount that Oklahoma Christian have been able to slow down the T side of GMU. This time on Vertigo, they're just not reading the map well. They're giving up so much space to GMU, and that's what gives them that chance to climb back from that deficit in the last one. I think GMU just doing really good at figuring their way around the map here. Looking to go out on a high note. 3 versus 3. Bomb has arrived at the B site, but the smokes are what's blocking it off, and Sassy's going to put it down.
No, but these smokes, right around the MP9s, they really give them a chance to work from. Chipsy is just such a devastating position here.
It works out. Shipsy swings the refrag from Wheaties. Looking to get it done. Sassy set up with the op. Run back down, but Crimson here to clean up. 9-3 for GMU on Vertigo, Vincent. A commanding T-side start to the map.
And look at who it is up at the front, up at the top of the scoreboard. It's Zoker, who, you know, I said in between maps in that green room, I was talking about that, you know, towards the back end of that, Sassy really stepped up, and that was fantastic for GMU, but we saw Zoker maybe take a little bit of a back seat. That has changed in this T-side. It's been incredible. And we have yet to see the Oklahoma Christian firepower show up.
What a game. What a series. But again, I think you make just such a good point. On Mirage, it was so close. Zoker was not at his top here, the tippity top, and you can see just how much that assists to GMU when it comes down to winning these rounds.
Is 9-3 the closest scoreline we've seen in this series? I know we had the 6-6 in the RT game, but
I think last round or last game was a 9-3 half as well.
Yeah, and then it was
I could be mistaken.
in the first game.
That is ridiculous, especially considering looking at the maps we've been playing: Anubis, Mirage, and now Vertigo. These are not maps where it's easy to just dominate one side. I will say maybe you give that edge to Vertigo, but even still,
I think Vertigo can be a bit of a snowball situation, but certainly the T side, it was an impressive showing for GMU. We had a bit of a tech pause there, getting whatever sorted out. It looks like we're good to go. So we'll get the pistol back underway. Just checking back in on the pistols, by the way.
Dude, I was just about to bring this up. 4-1 in pistols are GMU.
They've been dominating.
I'm looking for another one. Sassy flashed out. Good trades here from
What a
Oklahoma
shot!
Christian, but Gypsy finds the head of Hunter and doubles down with Twigs. Wheaties bringing this into a 1 versus 2. Has split into the site, but trapped between Crimson and Zoker, looking to put him down. Another pistol for GMU.
Dude, what was that shot from Shipsy? Oh my goodness. That was incredible. I don't even know if we have a replay of that, but Oh my goodness.
Please. Look at this.
Oh yeah, it happened right before this. That was crazy. GMU, another pistol one. And that's checking the boxes. That's 4 in a row for them.
5 out of the 6 pistols won by GMU. You could trust in them to start off their halves on a high note.
And look at this force buy for OC. They didn't get
Going
the
for
bomb
it.
down, but they know that there's just not a lot of room to work with. 10 to 3 now. That's a couple rounds and it's over.
Surprised they're giving Wheaties the Galil. Shada and Twigs just feeling a little bit better, a little bit sharper on the Eagles. Wheaties a little bit comfortable here. Shipsy shut down. Shrani beats him out with the MAC-10. Shada lucky to walk away with his life. That is exactly how Oklahoma Christian needed this round to start.
It's a small opening. They're going to need a little bit more, but with Zoker and Crimson, they're not close range.
Crimson's going to get up, trades it, but through the wall, the bangs hit, and it's Wheaties. Keeping the pressure up here for Oklahoma Christian. Zoker in the smoke, hiding away, not able to bring anything back. Somehow, Oklahoma Christian contending for this round. Satsy still full health. The XM is singing, Vincent.
Oh my goodness. Old XM, there's just no way. But this one, it's crazy.
It is. Shada's gonna get shut down. 25 HP. Sassy tries to jump away, but Twigs just the right time, the right place, and the angle is found. Oklahoma Christian, their force buy works.
Sassy, you gotta have confidence in yourself there. He had that if he just takes the fight, I'm pretty sure, or at least a really good chance at it, but instead just tries to slink away. This is a good example of some great positioning from Zoker especially that doesn't end up getting a frag. Which does feel bad, but it'll be GMU on the force, or, well, sort of a half force. 3 players invest into this round, Seymour, and 2 don't.
I mean, GMU, they know they have rounds to play with here. So, with their individual skill, I think they're just hoping to sneak away with a round.
I mean, hey, fair enough, but at the same time, good to be on the same page, which seems like maybe they're not. Regardless, they've opened the round with a free kill, just running down Shada, who was over at mid with a 5-7.
Timing here with the AK. Shipsy almost sneaks away. Zoker not able to trade it either. Twigs looking to be the difference, looking to be an issue here for GMU, and now grouping up with the rest of the team. They've gotten to A.
Buddy's got a little upgrade. The problem is the other rotators are just so cut off from this angle with Twigs' position inside of elevator.
Thought for a second Crimson was walking up on him, but they are
back to back, wall to wall.
yeah. Twigs moves away, and Crimson, the timing pays off. Trotty behind the sandbags, able to pull this one back. Buddy keeping the pressure here, and Satsy undetected on the flank. GMU.
There's time for days. They've got plenty. Well, maybe not plenty.
Away with these rounds, though, Vincent. It's Oklahoma Christian force buying. They win it out, and then GMU with a lackluster buy of their own, and it just works.
I mean, what's crazy is back to what I was saying, right? It's not even a full force buy. It's just a half buy. They have a couple of weapons, upgrades, you know, pistols for everybody, but no armor on 3. And GMU still win it out. GMU want to get a chance to bring it back to Northwood. Let's fast B.
Facet here. Oklahoma Christian looking to step on the gas. No brakes, and Wheaties immediately decapitates Crimson off the site.
And a Molotov is too late. That's not going to deny the plant. They're so far up, so close.
Damage control here. Sassy burns Wheaties to a crisp. Shrani, Mac 10, upgrades over to his. The AK goes back in. Shrani again. Shipsy in the 1v1. MP9 versus AK. Shipsy has a kit. Shrani's gonna know this one. The smoke just between the two of them. Shrani, the clutch master himself.
What even was that round, Seymour? Everything just turned up to 11. The pace as OC get ahead of the Molotov. Don't even extinguish it. It's just one player all the way up. Tech9 straight to the dome of the GMU defense. And they just aggressive take the fights to GMU. Valiant effort for GMU to stay in that round, but not going to happen. They'll be back fast to B.
Wheaties leading the charge again. Just questioning why they wanted to hand the rifle over to him, but he is stepping up. Trades out for GMU, but it's not going to be enough. Twig's going to lurk out and kill Buddy. That's going to be all said and done for this round. Shipsy, not much you can do here.
I mean, an extra kill or two. That's the hope, right? You get a frag. I mean, if you were to get away with an AK, that'd be great, but that's not going to happen. Won't get away with anything.
Nothing at all.
Still a long road ahead for Oklahoma Christian, but after a back and forth opening salvo, 2 rounds apiece, solidify into the first gun round.
Say this mountain to climb is as big as the staircase to get to the top of Vertigo.
Yeah, at least 52 floors. What is happening? Shipsy's AFK? Oh my goodness, what's happening?
He's not AFK.
Was AFK for a second at the beginning of the round.
Timing won't matter for Shipsy. He gets into position. A lot of pressure out over towards A ramp, Vincent, but I think Oklahoma Christian are just looking to size up their opponents, see if they can bait out some utility, which GMU, they don't have a lot of.
No, they've used a lot of what they did have early. They've just got a couple Molotovs left, which is going to be nice, especially for Crimson, who's over at the B site. But speaking of, they're both Molotovs are over on B. And it looks like the regroup is happening at A instead. Here for Oklahoma Christian. Nothing fancy for the GMU defense. No counter util either.
They're just looking to absorb this one. They're baiting Oklahoma Crimson into the site. Buddy tucked away to this one. They're going to force Oka up the heady, and Buddy not long for the site. Satsy goes down as well. Shots through the smoke. They hit, and they hit hard.
Zoker's going to need something magical. And he cuts down the man on top of default at the very least. Gonna stay alive as well, and what an angle.
It's not so much magic, but it could have been a way back. Zilker's just gonna give it up, and that's the round.
Yeah. Cut down on the site almost immediately are GMU, and if they can save both of it, or all three rather, of these rifles, maybe there's a chance at another buy coming up next, but if they lose any of them, that chance is essentially done. The bad news, well, sort of neutral news, I guess. By winning a couple of rounds at the beginning of this half, GMU haven't built up the loss bonus they would otherwise have had. So as you can notice, their money's pretty broke still, despite those 3 weapons. They could get FAMAS's pretty easily.
Could, but will they?
I mean, I wouldn't hate to see that, right? Keep up the pressure. But at the same time, it's a respectable decision if they were to save around these, right? You can definitely buy next round with a 3-round loss bonus. But another tech pause. Man, I don't know who is the one on the tech pause this time, but had a couple of these. That can't be easy to contend with. It's got to be a little frustrating.
I mean, at this point, I mean, look at how far this game has gone, Vincent. I don't know if there's much that can take you off your game. It's definitely going to be frustrating for sure, but you're this far into the tournament, you're trying to just lock in and dial in as best as possible.
And hey, I mean, we've seen both GMU and Oklahoma Christian be locked in, be dialed in, whether it be Anubis or Mirage. It's been it's been incredibly back and forth. And for the first time on Vertigo, I feel like GMU, the momentum has been wrestled away from them.
I agree.
And it hasn't been, what's crazy, I think, is it hasn't been Hunter who is the obvious answer. It's been pace changes, keeping up a lot of aggressive force buying pressure onto the Patriots, making it difficult for them to retake into that site. I mean, think about the 2B rushes in a row. All of that culminating to an answer to what the Patriots put together on their T side. 9-3 half dominated.
And it's what you love to see from Oklahoma Christian, who, by all means, it's a full team effort for that Mirage win, but I feel like they're lacking a little bit of identity outside of the AWP of Hunter. And after the start of Vertigo, I thought that was going to be another big talking point at the end here, but together,
together
they've put it
Shaw
together.
to have something to say to you.
I'm serious though. It's just that the back on Anubis, we didn't get a lot out of it, and Vertigo, I was seeing similar symptoms from Oklahoma Christian, but now they've answered that question, and here you're seeing all the rifles really step up. Even Wheaties is entry fragging for the team onto that B site and finding value.
Yeah, I was about to say what's really cool as well is that Twigs, who I think has been one of the most consistent players for this team, has really had a big standout moment in this game by finding a lot of impactful mid lurks, especially. It's an opening pick out mid. South Sea falls, but so does Shada. Ultimately, call that one a draw.
Shake hands and walk away.
Firm handshakes all around.
Yep.
Left side, right side smokes. Now Classico for the A exec, but it's not going A. It's back to B instead.
Buddy's here with the USP. And he is calling for help here. Molotov going to be thrown over.
Smoke.
And here's the rotations for GMU. They're going to be here. Buddy on the first contact. He's going to back out with that USP. Not going to lose his life for free. Back in for Buddy. The shots just don't land. And Hunter collecting a huge double kill. Shipsy in the 1v2. Swings out. Twigs puts it away. 8 rounds for Oklahoma Christian. Down by 3.
There we go. They picked up 5 in this half, and it's now starting to, I think, get a little worrying for GMU. You see the numbers get a lot closer, and you're like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's just back things up right here. But I like the aggression, the jump as well. I like the aggression from GMU on a pistol round where you have 1 or 2 rifles. It's nice to see them playing far forward.
It is. Full buy for GMU. Utility, though, still not at the best, Vincent.
But they got an op, though. They're currently in an interesting setup here.
I think what I like most about Oklahoma Christian is they're not afraid to draw out the clock.
I think that's a must on this map in particular on Vertigo.
Double swing here to re-clear through mid. Zoker catches it. They don't lose a member. Shipsy down to 6, yes, but first blood for GMU.
This is all a ruse, a little bit of a fake towards B. At least it looked like it is the bomb over there. Nobody has it. It's dropped back down to great.
Really putting us all in here, Buddy. Sink or swim situation. 22 health. Has to jump away from the flames. Zoker backed off as well. Hunter
careless.
Smoke. Catches Buddy. Sassy, though, going to collect, though. Bomb has reached. Shipsy traded back and forth right now for GMU. Don't want to give things up, and Sassy's going to drop the op for the M4. Zoker, 19 health, Vincent.
2 smokes. Flashbang to get him back. 2 kits as well.
There's the flash out. Wheaties inside the smoke, trying to be a little bit of a nuisance. Hunter around it, making so much noise. Still, Wheaties hasn't been found. The wraparound. Zoker, no way. He clutches this one up. Gonna try to get away with the rifle. Or maybe
He's
take some
dead.
rifles down. 19 health. Yeah, you are not living here.
Zoker knows that he's done and dusted. It's Hunter on a quad kill. Man, we just got done talking about maybe a little bit slower into this round. Has incredible moments in this one. Able to just hang on to that. And that smoke, Wheaties, he mentioned just a thorn in the side of GMU. It's what takes all of Zoker's attention away from trying to take back the site.
Oklahoma, man, they are back. Looking
Back
for
in
double
business.
digits. Seemed like Vertigo was a little bit too far gone, but they have climbed this mountain. They've climbed 52 floors to be here, Vincent.
This one just a bit of an eco.
Oh,
Well,
bit of an
no
eco
armor.
blown up.
All right, that should be the nail in the coffin, though.
They don't even collect the rifles.
Yeah. Well, they should be able to eventually, but with the bomb collected and B site overwhelmed, should be round over. I didn't get to mention it, by the way. It's just been nonstop action, and I forgot. But Vertigo is a map that GMU really comfortable on last semester. They played a lot. So it's not surprising to see them have a strong T side.
Oh, it's not.
I think, looking back at my notes, I think it was one of their most played maps. At least that was back for last season of NACE.
Oh, it was before they brought Shipsy in.
That's right. Change at the start of the spring semester. And changes have been made on the scoreboard as well. Up to 11 to 10. The distance has been cut. It's now nothing between these squads.
GMU struggling to put something together here on their CT side. Oklahoma Christian now with a chance to tie things up. Zoker's going to throw an HE all the way down the ramp. Minimal damage coming out of it, but even still, very patient, both of these teams at trying not to give up an edge.
Finally, GMU have the early utilities they would like to have for the majority of the half.
Twigs goes down. That's a big name off the board. 19 and 13. Twigs has clutched up quite a bit for Oklahoma Christian.
Not sure if that smoke is where it was meant to be going, but
Zoker. Nobody
Zoker
has played
is-
behind sandbags yet. Nobody, Vincent.
there's no molly. There's no molly.
They have no clue, and they can't even check it, Zoker. You've chosen the right round to hide behind this sandbag, fella.
Flash.
And it's going to pay off. Nobody looking his way. An easy double kill for Zoker. Looking for all three. GMU have blown up the round. It's because of Zoker playing so bold.
That is exactly what you want to see. Zoker. The entirety of the half has been checked. In the open round, there's no Molotov. That's when Zoker activates for the triple. Up to a 26 and 13 scoreline for Zoker on Vertigo.
You know, we're about to have a solar eclipse in a couple of weeks, Vincent. It's a very rare opportunity for us to have a chance to see. And I feel like this round for Zoker is similar to that rarity. For them to not have a Molotov,
Lacking a little bit of that util, and here it is, back fast to B. S2's up in front.
Sassy up, backside, lovely. With the overwatch over Crimson, looking for another blind is a bad, but has to duck down. Gonna refresh and get back into the swing of things. Hunter trades it, but is it too late? An HE from downtown, and Chipsy's running it on in. 2v2, and the dust is gonna settle in low HP. 54 in total. Across the two, Shronny is gone, and this could be it. Twigs against the odds for a chance at the grand finals. It's only down to him, but GMU are grand finalists. They're heading to play Northwood.
They wanted that rematch. They're looking for the way to show Northwood what they have, and they've done it again. Oklahoma Christian knocked out and gone. What an incredible series from GMU. And the way they started on Anubis was incredible. But coming to Vertigo, a map that they haven't shown the entirety of this tournament. I don't think we've seen a single Vertigo from them the entire tournament until now.
No, I mean, like, this is a first for Oklahoma Christian, but I'm not necessarily disappointed in what we got from this team. I mean, somebody had to lose today. Somebody had to win. And, you know, by all means, Oklahoma Christian, an incredible run through the lower bracket. But GMU, through thick and thin, this is a team that has proven everybody wrong. And, again, back-to-back grand final chances. This is their second time in a row making a grand finals.
That's exactly right. I mean, listen, they had a big ask against RIT that was in NACE last semester, and now here in Rally Cry, they're ready to go. They show up when it matters, and I mean, just the incredible game plan that they had coming into the first map of this, I think set them up for success. They stuck around in Mirage, and I mean, again, when I talked about the comeback that OC was putting together, it was only until, I don't know, we got to like 8 rounds where I said GMU, they for the first time lost track of this map. Yeah. And they brought it back almost immediately.
And it comes down to some pretty veteran calls from seeing Zoker really step up in these individual plays on the map. You see Buddy started to resurface towards the end. Big calls from Satsy to set up this off in the last couple of rounds. I think it's moments for GMU where they gamble on themselves, and it just works.
I think that the biggest talking point, of course, when it comes to the individuals, just has to be Zoker resurging in this final map. I mean, really incredible moments. Able to stop as well a Hunter that seemed unstoppable on Mirage, but fell a little bit flat when it came to Vertigo. Yeah. I think that, I mean, I said at the beginning that if Zoker could continue what we saw against Fisher, there was every chance for GMU to win this series. I think we saw it once again. I mean, this last triple kill just kind of tells that story.
Yeah, not afraid to make the big plays, Vincent, and not only that too. 5 out of the 6 pistol rounds GMU win across this series. And I think this is just a team that I'm really excited to see take it back towards Northwood. But before we talk about that, let's talk about the scoreboard a little bit. Zoker, you highlighted him, 27 and 13, 2,800 damage. Sassy, not too far behind, 20 and 18. A fantastic series with that AWP. And then the supporting cast. I mean, we got to talk about Shipsy. Buddy, the reason why they push Mirage so far is 2 Ninja Diffuses out of Buddy. But Shipsy, the new kid on the block, 18 and 17, so consistent across this whole tournament. And Crimson, maybe not the prettiest of score lines for GMU, but when you needed Crimson, he was there.
Yeah, I think that there was really rarely a moment where you would see like a missed shot that really gave away a round for GMU. I think that their consistency over the course of this series has been incredible. And I think what's even more impressive to me, watching that Oklahoma Christian team, you know, it's one thing if a team wins and the other squad is playing well and you're like, well, you know, how repeatable is that? This was Oklahoma Christian playing well. I think they played a good game. Yeah, the final map there, they got showed exactly what Vertigo looks like for the Patriots, but they played a good game and GMU brought it to them and delivered.
They did deliver, and now they're going to be seeing themselves in the grand finals to play Northwood. But let's talk about the runs from these teams. Looking at that the winners bracket, GMU, they beat Matthew McConaughey fan club, taking down UT Austin. They head to Fisher. They take down one of the most sought after teams put together in Collegiate Counter-Strike in a 2-1 fashion. They match up against Northwood. It's where they meet their maker in the winners finals in that best of 5. They don't take a single map. They don't even come close to taking a single map. And we may be thinking that GMU, they're kind of out for the count, but meeting up against an Oklahoma Christian, who you look at their run as well, taking down the likes of the Ohio State University Buckeye Gaming Collective Scarlet. Goes to 3 maps. They go to Northwood. It goes 3 maps. They grinded their way through this collegiate championship all the way into the lower bracket, beating RIT, national champions, and almost taking down GMU. You got to put some respect on Oklahoma Christian.
I think as a first time seeing this version of Oklahoma Christian throughout an entire tournament series, they have shown themselves to be a top dog, a contender for collegiate Counter-Strike across the board. I've been really impressed with what they show it, and I mean, again, the firepower that they have, we saw it on Mirage. Like when you have a player like Hunter or like Trony that can just go crazy like that, it's hard to contest because not everybody has somebody that can do that. But they do. Now, granted, it wasn't enough today, but I'm excited to see what more they have to offer moving forward. I think they're one of the most exciting teams kind of continuing into this spring semester.
They really are. And I think that GMU, they're always so fun to watch, so fun to call, Vincent. And now they get the rematch versus Northwood, a best of 5 again. The date is set, Vincent, Saturday, March 30th. I'm a little bit worried for GMU, but at the same time, they have VOD to go over. They can look past that last match and try to reset. They've taken down Oklahoma Christian. How do you feel about them heading into this grand finals?
You know, I mean, you've said it a bunch of times on this broadcast, and I'll go back to it. We've been doubting George Mason University, and I think that I have relatively strong reasons in a lot of these scenarios, but the reality is every time they have delivered and making it to back-to-back grand finals as well, you just have to put that respect on their name and say, listen, if they can, I mean, they almost brought it back on Inferno against Northwood in their upper bracket game. They brought it back and sent to overtime against OC and Mirage, and then they complete the series. I think they can do anything they put their mind to.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I'm really excited to see if they can crack the code. Show us a little bit of that George Mason magic when we get into those grand finals, folks. But that's going to be it for today. The lower semis and the lower finals. The date is set for our grands. It's not going to be tomorrow. It's going to be Saturday, March the 30th. You don't want to miss it. And make sure you're showing some love to Rally Cry. Give them a like, give them a follow on Twitch. Make sure you're marking your calendars, as we will see you next time, Saturday, March 30th, for our grand finals. Take care. Have a great night.